Chapter 2004. Bloodline Fusion. Yi Xian began to use the mad demonic bloodline to make up for the immortal bloodline. However, Yi Xian realized that it was very difficult, because the mad demonic bloodline was already much stronger than the immortal bloodline. The mad demonic bloodline would not fuse with the immortal bloodline, or directly devour the immortal bloodline. This made him a little embarrassed. However, Yi Xian did not give up. After all, he was the master. Under Yi Xian's control, gradually, his mad demonic bloodline and immortal bloodline began to fuse. Of course, he did not fuse all of it. He only took out a little bit of the mad demonic bloodline to fuse with the immortal bloodline. Even so, the effect was very terrifying. The immortal bloodline's aura began to skyrocket. As for the mad demonic bloodline, it was suppressed by him. If he did not suppress the mad demonic bloodline, the immortal bloodline could not be activated. Although it was his bloodline power, the mad demonic bloodline was very domineering. If he hadn't been suppressing it earlier, his immortal bloodline would have been swallowed by it. The mad demonic bloodline had been unhappy for a long time that the immortal bloodline could exist in his body. Just like that, time passed little by little. After a few months, Yi Xian, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, suddenly burst out an extremely terrifying bloodline aura. Boom. With the appearance of this bloodline aura, the space in Xiao Ta's body began to tremble. After a long time, a red light appeared around Yi Xian's body. Immortal bloodline. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly opened his eyes. In his eyes, the blood color gradually faded. Su Wang suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian's mouth slightly curled up. Su Wang asked, "Improved?" Yi Xian nodded. He opened his palm and gently pressed down. With this, his whole body returned to normal. Immortal bloodline. Yi Xian chuckled. This immortal bloodline has been improved. In the future, my body's healing speed will greatly increase. Xu Wang said. Congratulations. Yi Xian laughed. Actually, he was very curious about the Undying Imperial clan. His Undying bloodline had already made a breakthrough. He wondered if the Undying Imperial clan's Undying bloodline had any changes. When I have time, I have to go back and take a look. As if he had thought of something, Yi Xian suddenly opened his palm, and 2 storage rings appeared in his hand. These were the storage rings he had obtained from Wan Daoming and Fan Tian. Yi Xian swept a glance. In the 2 storage rings, there were actually less than 200,000 immeasurable divine crystals. The total value of the 2 storage rings was less than 200,000. Yi Xian frowned. Was he that poor? Besides that, there were also some divine objects. However, they weren't of much use to him. After all, he had the Azure Sword. This sword could both attack and defend, so no divine object could compare to it. Yi Xian handed one of the storage rings to Su Wang, and said, "There are 100,000 immeasurable divine crystals in there, so you better spend them sparingly." Su Wang didn't refuse and took the storage ring. Then he looked at Yi Xian. "Should we spar?" Yi Xian smiled. "That's exactly what I was thinking." The 2 of them left Xiao Ta and arrived at an unknown and mysterious space. Su Wang looked at Yi Xian. "You can't use the Azure Sword." Yi Xian laughed. "Of course." He opened his palm, and an ordinary sword appeared in his hand. In the next moment, he tapped the ground with the tip of his foot, and disappeared on the spot. Hiss. A ray of sword light instantly appeared before Su Wang's forehead. Su Wang's body suddenly became illusory. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and suddenly turned around to slash down. Boom. The ray of sword light shattered, and the 2 of them retreated at the same time. As the 2 of them retreated, countless flying swords suddenly slashed at them from all directions. In an instant, the entire mysterious space was filled with flying swords, and it was impossible to tell who was who. Numerous dense sounds of tearing resounded incessantly in the surroundings. Flying swords. Both of them were using flying swords, because every single flying sword was tearing through everything to its heart's content. Not only did the number of flying swords not decrease, there were more and more of them instead. In a short period of time, there were at least a few 100,000 flying swords here. Both of them were controlling at least 200,000 flying swords. Needless to say, it was extremely mentally exhausting. Moreover, every single one of their flying swords was lethal. and the slightest carelessness might cause their bodies to be destroyed. They were playing with their hearts. Right at this moment, both of them stopped at the same time. A moment later, they exchanged a glance, and then all the flying swords vanished in an instant. Because neither of their flying swords could do anything to the other. Meanwhile, Su Wang slowly closed her eyes and charged forward. As soon as she did, her body froze on the spot. And then her soul left her body and transformed into a ray of light that slashed at Yi Xian. Yi Xian took a step forward. In the blink of an eye, a beam of sword light shrouded him. Core Sword Domain. As soon as Su Wang's soul charged into the Core Sword Domain, the entire domain instantly became illusory. And then it actually started to be obliterated inch by inch. It didn't take long for Yi Xian's Core Sword Domain to shatter. And then a sword stabbed towards the center of Yi Xian's forehead like a thunderclap. It was extremely swift. Yi Xian's reaction was very swift. He'd suddenly moved to the side at the instant his Core Sword Domain shattered, and he'd barely dodged the attack. But right at this moment, Su Wang slashed horizontally with her sword. Hiss! An expanse of light slashed straight towards Yi Xian's throat. If this attack were to hit, then Yi Xian's head would be instantly separated from his body. However, right when this attack was about to strike Yi Xian's throat, another sword blocked Su Wang's attack. Bang! An expanse of light shattered. And then Yi Xian was blasted over 1 kilometer back. However, he didn't stop moving, and he stabbed with his sword once more. Yi Xian's expression was calm. This time he didn't choose to retreat, and he stabbed with his sword instead. Neither side was willing to give in. Bang! As soon as the two swords collided, the surrounding space was instantly obliterated and shattered. After that, countless strands of sword chi shot out from the surroundings, and every single strand of sword chi could easily tear the space in the universe apart. Right at this moment, their figures turned ethereal at the same time. In the blink of an eye, 2 rays of light suddenly erupted like fireworks. In an instant, the space in an area of hundreds of thousands of kilometers was obliterated. After Yi Xian stopped moving, Su Wang suddenly appeared above him. And then a strand of light slashed down. Sword draw to decide life and death. Yi Xian's expression became slightly solemn as soon as this attack descended. In the past, he'd always executed sword draw to decide life and death against others, and he'd never faced the strength of this attack head-on. But at this moment he suddenly realized that his father had some ability. This attack was really quite amazing. Yi Xian didn't think too much about it. He didn't retreat, but he advanced instead, and he similarly drew his sword and slashed. Sword draw to decide life and death as well. As soon as the two swords collided, the space in an area of a few million kilometers instantly turned pitch black. The surroundings suddenly became quiet. Just like that, after about 15 minutes, Yi Xian and Su Wang left that space-time. Both of them had sword wounds on their bodies, especially Su Wang, whose body was covered in sword light. Because of this, her body was somewhat exposed. Su Wang also noticed this, and his expression became slightly unnatural. Yi Xian suddenly smiled. "Your master is a gentleman, and I definitely won't look at what I shouldn't look at." Su Wang. At this moment, Yi Xian appeared in front of Su Wang. He took out a coat and put it on Su Wang. Then he said, "You should have gained a lot from the battle just now. You can cultivate in the tower, and if you need anything, you can tell me directly." Su Wang nodded. "Okay." With that she returned to Xiaota. At this moment, Yi Xian turned and looked not far away. The space-time there split open, and Dao Ling appeared. Dao Ling looked around, and then she smiled. "Were you sparring with someone just now?" Yi Xian nodded. Adeline he cast a deep look at Yi Xian. It was clear that there was another inaction realm elite by Yi Xian's side. Yi Xian suddenly smiled and said, "Elder Sister Ling, when I obtained Fan Tian and Wan Daoming's spatial rings, I discovered that there were only 200,000 immeasurable divine crystals inside. Why is it so little?" Dao Ling said in a deep voice, "Do you think 200,000 immeasurable divine crystals is very little?" Yi Xian frowned and asked, "Is that a lot?" Dao Ling rolled her eyes at Yi Xian. "Of course. Do you know that your sister's life savings are less than a few tens of thousands?" When she spoke up to hear, she seemed to have thought of something, and she paused for a moment before continuing. Did you think I was very stingy when I gave you 10,000 boundless divine crystals earlier? Yi Xian smiled sheepishly. A little. Dao Ling shook her head and smiled. You ungrateful fellow. Let me tell you, immeasurable divine crystals are very, very rare. Even we have to risk our lives to obtain them. Hearing that, Yi Xian was a little curious. Even in action realm elites have to risk their lives to obtain them? Dao Ling nodded. Do you remember that I asked you to help me? Yi Xian nodded. Because of these immeasurable divine crystals? Dao Ling smiled and said, yes. This time I want to bring you to a place, a forbidden place in the alternate world. Even we might die there. Yi Xian was a little curious. What place? Dao Ling said softly, the heavenly tomb. Yi Xian frowned slightly. The heavenly tomb? What place? Dao Ling smiled and said, a very strange place. Only there are immeasurable divine crystals. It's said that God Mu disappeared from that place. Of course, I don't know if it's true or not, but I think it should be true. Because that's the only place in the entire alternate world that we haven't explored clearly. As she spoke, she paused for a moment before she continued. In the past, a huge amount of immeasurable divine crystals would appear in the heavenly tomb every year. But for some unknown reason, the number of immeasurable divine crystals has been decreasing recently. If this continues, then we in Action Realm experts will face an extremely awkward situation. And that's that we won't be able to cultivate anymore. You should be aware that ordinary profound energy is useless to us once we attain the inaction realm. Only divine treasures like immeasurable divine crystals can allow us to continue cultivating. So, I've contacted some inaction realm experts this time. We'll form a group to explore this place and see exactly what secrets it holds. Yi Xian came to an understanding when he heard this. The heavenly tomb. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before he said, I don't really want to go yet. Dao Ling was slightly stunned and then she said, why? Yi Xian spoke seriously. It wasn't easy for me to become invincible. I don't want to lose this feeling of invincibility. Dao Ling's expression froze. P.S. If you didn't watch yesterday's news, you can take a look. Follow the official WeChat account on Green Phoenix Peak. Then you can watch it in the Sword Domain News section. New news. Qing appears in the Milky Way galaxy. This is a news story that's related to the plot of this book. There will be a sequel to this news story and 2 more news stories in the future. Finally, I've been reflecting recently. Indeed, 2 chapters a day is too little. When I read it in the toilet, I finished reading it before my dad even finished pooping. If I was a little more lame, those 2 chapters would have been completely boring. Just like yesterday, I felt like I finished 2 chapters. Fuck, that's it. That's it. What a joke on Green Phoenix Peak. It's awkward. I understand those who scold me. Sometimes, even I feel like I'm really not a good person. I won't scold myself anymore. I feel like I'm losing face. I'll talk about this awkward question next time. I'll work hard to save chapters. I'll work hard to save chapters and write essays. Remember to follow the official WeChat account on Green Phoenix Peak. Chapter 2005. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Dao Ling was speechless. This guy actually wanted to stay here and bully others. Dao Ling looked at Yi Xian. That's not a good idea. Sometimes failure is not a bad thing for us. Yi Xian shook his head with a smile and did not say anything else. Those who understood would naturally understand. Those who did not understand would not say anything. Yi Xian said, when are we going? Of course, he would not stay here forever to show off. Having no opponent was indeed a kind of pain. Dao Ling smiled. Now, she was very happy that Yi Xian agreed to go. After all, with Yi Xian's current strength, who dared to underestimate him? Yi Xian frowned slightly. Now, Dao Ling nodded. Is there a problem? Yi Xian smiled. No. Let's go. Dao Ling suddenly opened her palm, and a storage ring appeared in her hand. This was sent by Anbatian of the Fangsuan sect. He said to thank you for your guidance to Lianyun. Yi Xian glanced at the storage ring. There were 20,000 infinite divine crystals in the ring. Yi Xian looked at Dao Ling this. Dao Ling smiled. He wants you to guide in Lianyun, so that she has a chance to reach the inaction realm. Yi Xian smiled. It's a small matter. Dao Ling blinked. Are you really willing to guide that girl, and let her reach the inaction realm? Yi Xian smiled. That girl is kind. If possible, I am willing to help her reach the inaction realm. However, this also depends on the person. Dao Ling smiled. That girl is indeed not bad. With that said, she placed the storage ring in Yi Xian's hand and said, Let's go. Yi Xian nodded. The two left. In the air, Yi Xian looked down. His intuition told him that this feeling of invincibility would probably be gone for a long time. Soon, the two arrived in a starry sky. And in this starry sky, there were 3 other people. One of them was Yan Bianshan. Other than Yan Bianshan, there was also a middle-aged man and an elder. The middle-aged man looked at Yi Xian and said with a smile, Yi Xian, nice to meet you. Yi Xian looked at Dao Ling. Dao Ling smiled and said, He's Jun Daolin from Dao Edge Realm. He's also the first person from Dao Edge Realm to reach an action state. Jun Daolin. Yi Xian was slightly stunned when he heard this, and then he gazed at Jun Daolin and said with a smile, Jun Daolin, nice to meet you. To tell you the truth, I've admired you for a long time. There are still legends about you in the Dao Brink. Jun Daolin laughed heartily. I never thought that our Dao Border Realm would have 3 annulled realm cultivators. I must say, our Dao Border Realm is full of talents. Yi Xian and Dao Ling looked at each other and smiled. Perhaps it was because they were all from the Dao Boundary Realm. The 3 of them felt a sense of kinship. At this moment, Dao Ling introduced the old man. This is the Source Venerate, an old senior of our Dao Border Realm. Yi Xian looked at the Source Venerate and cupped his fists. Nice to meet you. The Source Venerate didn't put on airs and immediately cupped his fists. Nice to meet you. At this moment, a voice came from afar. I'm not late, am I? Everyone looked over and saw a middle-aged man walking over slowly from afar. It was the square-inch Sexton Beishan. 6 annulled realm cultivators. Yi Xian was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected Dao Ling to call over so many annulled realm cultivators. It seemed that the heavenly tomb was really dangerous. At this moment, Dao Ling said, Then let's go. As soon as she finished speaking, she flicked her sleeve, and a space-time tunnel appeared in front of them. After everyone entered the space-time tunnel, they began to travel through space. They were very fast. On the way, Yi Xian walked to Dao Ling's side and asked, Sister Ling, why is the heavenly tomb so dangerous? Dao Ling smiled. You'll know when you get there. Yi Xian said, Can't you reveal it in advance? Dao Ling thought for a moment and said, The strangest thing about that place is necro-energy. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Necro-energy? Dao Ling nodded. Yi Xian said in a low voice, A special energy? Dao Ling smiled and said, We're almost there. Remember, don't be careless when you get there, and don't let the necro-energy get close to you. Otherwise, even the body of an annulled realm expert won't be able to endure it. Moreover, even your soul might be devoured by the necro-energy. Yi Xian nodded slightly. Right at this moment, a ray of white light suddenly appeared at the end of the space-time tunnel. In the next moment, everyone passed through that ray of white light. The white light dispersed, and their feet touched the ground. Yi Xian frowned immediately, because he sensed an extremely uncomfortable aura. He opened his eyes, and what entered his eyes was a dim plane. He couldn't see the end of the plane, and the sky above the plane was dark, and it carried an extremely heavy pressure. Yi Xian said in a low voice, Is this the heavenly tomb? Dao Ling shook her head. It's not here, it's at the end of the plane. We can't fly here, so we can only walk there. Yi Xian was slightly puzzled. Why? Dao Ling pointed at the sky. There are some dark creatures up there. Although they aren't as terrifying as the necro-energy, they're still very annoying. Yi Xian nodded. Understood. Everyone continued forward. At this moment, Jun Daolin suddenly smiled and said, Everyone, my intuition tells me that our journey will be quite bumpy. And Beishan smiled and said, If things go wrong later, I'll have to flee. All of them smiled knowingly when they heard this. Actually, all of them were very clearly aware that they wouldn't fight to the death. If they really encountered danger that they couldn't defeat, then they would definitely flee. Even though infinite divine crystals were good, their lives were even better. Right at this moment, Jun Daolin suddenly gazed at Yi Xian and said with a smile, "Exalted Yi, may I ask who forged this sword in your hand?" All of them gazed at Yi Xian, and the green profound sword in Yi Xian's hand. Actually, all of them were extremely curious about Yi Xian's sword. After all, the reason Yi Xian was able to kill 2 inaction realm experts in succession wasn't just because of his bloodline. It was also because of this sword. Yi Xian glanced at the green profound sword in his hand and smiled. "My younger sister forged it." Jun Daolin grinned, and didn't ask any further questions. It would be slightly rude to ask any further. On the other hand, Yi Xian was slightly depressed. "Why aren't all of you asking anymore? I'll let Qing, or bring me along to show off." Yi Xian thought for a moment before he smiled. "Do all of you want to take a look at this sword?" Jun Daolin was slightly stunned, and then he said, "Can I?" Yi Xian smiled. "Of course." As he spoke, he passed the green profound sword to Jun Daolin. "Damn it. If I, Yi Xian, want to show off, no one can stop me." Jun Daolin received the green profound sword, and then he sized it up for a short moment before his expression gradually turned solemn. Meanwhile, Bashan and the other Origin Venerate had come over as well, and Daoling couldn't help but walk over as well. The expressions of all the inaction realm experts here gradually became solemn. This sword was too special. The space-time Dao contained within it was actually something that even they couldn't understand. As if he'd thought of something, the Origin Venerate suddenly said, "Exalted Yi, about Chi-Di's death." Yi Xian grinned. "When I was in the lower dimensions, his clone went to look for trouble with me. I wasn't at the inaction realm at that time and he bullied me. So my younger sister attacked him." All of their expressions became slightly unnatural when they heard this. "There's a big shot standing behind this fellow?" Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly said, "It's quite a pity." The Origin Venerate asked instinctively, "What's a pity?" Yi Xian smiled. "I thought I would be able to meet her. Unfortunately, I didn't." The Origin Venerate frowned slightly. "Didn't she appear?" All of them gazed at Yi Xian with slight bewilderment. Yi Xian shook his head. "She didn't appear. She just sent her sword here. After that, she killed Chi-Di's clone. However, she was too worried about me, so she used Chi-Di's clone to kill his main body. Alas, actually, I could have just left Chi-Di to deal with myself. Alas, this younger sister of mine is great, but she's too afraid of something happening to me. She likes to kill everything that poses a threat to me." All of their expressions froze. They were shocked. Needless to say, they were completely shocked. He killed Chi-Di's main body through a clone. Moreover, Chi-Di hadn't even arrived. In the beginning, they'd thought that Chi-Di had been killed right in front of them. However, that wasn't the case at all. He killed Chi-Di's main body through a clone? What sort of strength would be needed to accomplish that? After all, Chi-Di was at the inactivity realm. Under normal circumstances, an expert at such a realm would be able to flee even if he wasn't a match for his opponent. However, Chi-Di had died. What did that mean? It meant that Chi-Di didn't even have a chance to flee. An expert above the inactivity realm? Their expressions became unsightly when they thought up to this point. Meanwhile, the Origin Venerate gazed at Yi Xian, hesitated for a moment, and then said, "Venerate Yi, if I may be so bold as to ask, what cultivation realm is your younger sister at?" All of them gazed at Yi Xian. Yi Xian grinned. "I don't know either. However, there's one thing I'm sure of, and it's that she's definitely far beyond the inactivity realm." The Origin Venerate frowned slightly. "Why?" Yi Xian smiled. "Because with my current strength, I'll be able to take 3 of her attacks at most. After that, I'll definitely lose." Everyone's expressions froze once more. At this moment, Xiaotao was slightly infuriated. Damn it! This young master really isn't human when he's putting on an act. He's even better at putting on an act than our master. 3 attacks? This fellow clearly can't even take a single attack. 3 attacks. How shameless does he have to be to say something like that? Meanwhile, the Origin Venerate spoke in a low voice. "With Venerate Ye's ability, you can only take 3 attacks?" Yi Xian nodded. "I can only take 3 attacks. If I go all out, I should be able to take around 5 attacks. The Origin Venerate's expression froze. The surroundings suddenly fell silent. Everyone had witnessed Yixian's strength. He could only take 5 attacks if he went all out, so how terrifying was this mysterious expert strength? It was unimaginable. No one doubted Yixian's words. After all, Yixian was an inactivity realm expert, so he probably disdained lying. Meanwhile, Yixian said, "Actually, as far as I know, there are 2 more experts who can fight my younger sister." 2 more. Everyone looked at Yixian, and the Origin Venerate spoke in a low voice. "There are others who have surpassed the inactivity realm?" Yixian nodded. The Origin Venerate hesitated for a moment, and then he asked, "Who?" Everyone stared fixedly at Yixian with extreme curiosity. Yixian smiled. "My father." Everyone was speechless. Chapter 2006. Your father? The expressions of everyone here became extremely strange when they heard this. The Origin Venerable hesitated for a moment and said, "Venerable Yi, you mean that your father is as strong as the person who created this sword?" Yixian smiled. "Yes." The Origin Venerable glanced at Yixian and didn't say anything. Yixian suddenly activated his bloodline energy. Bang! The formidable bloodline energy caused the expressions of everyone here to change. Yixian smiled. "That's my father's bloodline." All of them were speechless. The surroundings fell into silence once more. A second-generation genius. Damn it. They finally understood. This fellow was a proper second-generation genius. Moreover, he wasn't just an ordinary second-generation genius. He was a strong second-generation genius. Most importantly, this fellow was at the inaction realm as well. Meanwhile, the Origin Venerable couldn't help but ask, "Venerable Yi, didn't you say that 2 people can compare to the person who created this sword? Where's the other one?" Yixian smiled. "My sworn big brother." Everyone's expressions froze once more. The corners of the Origin Venerable's mouth twitched. Damn it. What a stupid mouth. What's the point of asking so many questions? All of them continued forward, but the atmosphere had become slightly strange. Actually, they were still shocked. They didn't think that Yixian was lying because the space-time Tao contained within the sword in Yixian's hand had truly exceeded their understanding. What did that mean? It meant that the strength of the person who created this sword was definitely above the inaction realm. There was also Yixian's bloodline power. His bloodline power was not normal at first glance. It was abnormally powerful. Needless to say, all of them had quite complicated emotions. They'd thought that they were the strongest experts in this world, but now they noticed that there was someone even stronger than them. As the old saying goes, there is no such thing as the strongest, there is only stronger. Right at this moment, all of them suddenly turned around. An old man was walking over swiftly with a young man by his side. Dao Ling was slightly stunned when she saw this person. Yixian asked, "You don't know him?" Dao Ling smiled. "Yes, but not that close. That old man is also an inaction realm martial artist. His name is Ian Paragon, and as his name suggests, he's not a very good person. That's why I didn't invite him this time. I didn't expect that he would come on his own." Venerable Ian brought the young man to the front of the crowd. He cupped his fists and smiled. "Everyone, I came uninvited. I hope you don't not welcome me?" Dao Ling smiled. "Why would I? One more person means one more strength." Venerable Ian looked at Dao Ling and said with a smile, "Venerable Spirit, you invited so many people but didn't invite me. Are you looking down on me?" Dao Ling laughed. "Venerable Ian, you come and go like a ghost. I can't find you even if I wanted to." Reverend Ian smiled. "So it was like this. I thought the spiritual venerable was looking down on me." The Yuan venerables and the others frowned when they heard Senior Yin's words. Was this old man retarded? He still dared to target Dao Ling at this time. Didn't he see that Dao Ling Palace had 3 inaction realm martial artists? At this time, the Yuan venerable suddenly said, "Venerable Ian, have you been in seclusion during this period?" Venerable Ian smiled. "Yes. I had some enlightenment previously, so I have been in seclusion all this time." "What, did something big happen in the alternate world?" The Yuan Venerable looked at Venerable Yin strangely. At this time, Ambation suddenly looked at the young man beside Venerable Yin. Venerable Yin, is this your disciple? Everyone looked at the young man. The young man wasn't at the inaction realm. Venerable Yin smiled. This is my disciple Xiaoyan. Please take care of him. Hearing this, everyone's brows furrowed. The Yuan Venerable said in a low voice, Venerable Yin, you should know how dangerous this place is. Aren't you afraid of an accident bringing him along? Venerable Yin smiled. What's there to be afraid of? Young people should come out to explore and see the world, right? Everyone was speechless. Meanwhile, Venerable Yin suddenly glanced at Yi Xian. Others aren't afraid, so how could my disciple be afraid? Everyone saw Lord Yin's gaze. At that moment, everyone's expression turned strange. Damn it. Can your disciple compare to young Master Yi? He's already killed 2 inaction realm experts. Moreover, there are 3 extraordinary big shots behind him. The Yuan Venerable glanced at Venerable Yin, and he instinctively moved to the side. His intuition told him that something would happen to this fellow, and it was better to stay away from him. Staying away from idiots was the way to survive. Meanwhile, Dowling glanced at Venerable Yin and said, Let's go. Let's get down to business first. Everyone nodded. Now wasn't the time to get into a conflict. They continued forward. On the way, Yi Xian glanced at his surroundings. He noticed that this place was quite strange, and the further they went, the more uneasy he felt. After all, with his current strength, anything that could make him feel uneasy was definitely not simple. Meanwhile, Dowling suddenly said, Be careful. If you feel that something's wrong, then flee. Understand? Yi Xian nodded. He naturally wouldn't put on a brave front. Before long, they arrived at the side of a cliff. When Yi Xian stood at the edge of the cliff and looked down, he was shocked. A dense expanse of tombs. The entire cliff was covered in tombs that stretched as far as the eye could see. Yi Xian said in a low voice, Big Sister Ling this. Dowling smiled and said, You're shocked, right? Yi Xian nodded. Dowling said softly, It's my first time here, and I'm just like you. I'm filled with shock. As she spoke, she looked down at some tombs. Many experts have died here in the past, but I don't know why they died. There are no records. Yi Xian said in a low voice, There are too many unknowns in this world. Dowling smiled and said, Yes. As she spoke, she leaped down. Everyone followed suit. When they reached the bottom, Yi Xian saw a dilapidated stone tablet. There were 4 big words on the stone tablet. Heavenly Tomb Grounds. Everyone continued forward. Yi Xian suddenly asked, Big Sister Ling, have you excavated these tombs before? Dowling smiled and said, Of course. Yi Xian was a little curious. Are there corpses inside? Dowling's expression became a little solemn. Not corpses. Yi Xian frowned slightly. At this moment, Dowling said again, They're living people. Yi Xian was stunned. Dowling said softly, Those lying inside are all alive and breathing. However, they seem to be under some spell, and can't be awakened. Even with our strength, we can't awaken them. Yi Xian said in a low voice, It's so strange. Dowling nodded. This place is very strange. As she spoke, she paused and said, There was once an inanimate realm expert who died here. The cause of death is unknown. Yi Xian was about to speak when he realized that everyone's expressions had become solemn. Yi Xian raised his head and looked into the distance. Not far away, there was a grave. This grave was different from the others. First of all, it was different in size. This grave was about twice the size of the others. Other than that, this grave was blood red in color, as if it was made of fresh blood. Dowling said in a low voice, A bloody grave. When you encounter this kind of grave, you must be extremely careful. Don't get close, because there is dead spirit aura inside that can kill inanimate realm experts. Yi Xian glanced at the bloody grave. Indeed, this bloody grave made him feel a little uneasy. As if thinking of something, Yi Xian asked, What about the infinite divine crystal? Dowling suddenly stopped and looked into the distance. Yi Xian followed her gaze and saw a black vortex not far away. Dowling said in a low voice, The infinite divine crystal is obtained from this kind of black vortex. and there are many of these black vortexes in this heavenly tomb. But not long ago, there were fewer and fewer of them. Not only that, but there are also no infinite divine crystals in some black vortexes. As she spoke, she looked at Yi Xian. This time, we're going to go deeper. We're going to go deeper into the place that we thought was dangerous and see what happened. Yi Xian looked into the distance. In front. Dao Ling nodded. Everyone continued forward. At this time, everyone's expressions had become very solemn. They were all inanimate realm experts, but inanimate realm did not mean invincible. After walking for a short while, they stopped once more. In front of them was a black river. On the other side of the river was a black forest. Dao Ling said softly, "We've never crossed this river before." Yi Xian asked why. Dao Ling was about to speak when Venerable Yin suddenly laughed. "Venerable Spirit, I think the person you brought is too talkative." Hearing this, everyone looked at Venerable Yin. The source Venerable subconsciously retreated to the side. Damn, how did this idiot get to the inanimate realm? Even if you can't sense Yi Xian's realm, you should at least be able to see some clues from Dao Ling's attitude toward Yi Xian. Does this old fellow cultivate without training his brain? Dao Ling looked at Venerable Yin. Do you have any questions? Venerable Yin smiled and said, Venerable Spirit, I feel that the person you brought is very unruly. Along the way, he has the most questions, asking nonstop. Young man, if you aren't strong enough, you should just watch and learn. There are so many seniors here, so when is it your turn to speak? As he spoke, he looked at the source Venerable and the others. Everyone, do you think I'm right? The source Venerable hurriedly shook his head. Venerable Yin, don't bring me along. I'm not very familiar with you. Thank you. As he spoke, he walked to the side. Damn. This idiot wants to bring me along? Too scary. Jun Daolin and the others also moved to the side. It's better to stay away from this kind of brainless person who likes to seek attention. Seeing the attitude of the source Venerable and the others, Venerable Yin frowned. At this moment, he felt that something was wrong. Yi Xian looked at Venerable Yin and smiled. Venerable Yin, I'm asking my sister Ling, not you, right? Venerable Yin looked at Yi Xian. Don't you think you're a bit talkative? You've been chattering nonstop along the way. Yi Xian blinked. What does it have to do with you? Hearing this, Venerable Yin narrowed her eyes. Venerable Spirit, is this junior of yours so ill-mannered? If you don't care, I don't mind teaching him a lesson for you. Everyone. At this moment, the man beside Venerable Yin, Xiao Yan, suddenly smiled. Master, how is he worth your time? As he spoke, he looked at Yi Xian. Brother, why don't we spar for a bit? Yi Xian said in a low voice. You're at the half-step indestructible realm, while I'm only at the indestructible realm. This isn't fair. Unless you lower yourself to the indestructible realm. Hearing this, the source Venerable and the others looked at Yi Xian, their faces full of shock. Damn, is this something a human would say? Chapter 2007. You're at the Nirvana realm. Yet you want others to lower their cultivation? That's inhumane. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan suddenly smiled. No problem. As soon as he finished speaking, he started lowering his cultivation to the Taoist realm. And then he gazed at Yi Xian. Bring it on. Yi Xian nodded and was about to speak. However, Xiao Yan suddenly vanished on the spot, and his fist shot towards Yi Xian's face. He who attacked first had the advantage. Countless life and death experiences had allowed him to understand that one should never waste one's breath in battle. A single word of nonsense might cost one his life. He'd grasped the moment Yi Xian was about to speak. He knew that Yi Xian would absolutely not know that he would attack right away. Xiao Yan had put all his strength into this punch. His objective was very simple. He wanted to kill Yi Xian with a single strike and not give Yi Xian any chance. Right when his fist arrived before Yi Xian's face, Yi Xian's expression was extraordinarily calm, and he showed no intention of attacking. Xiao Yan instantly felt panic in his heart when he witnessed this scene. His intuition told him that something was off, but he had no path of retreat at this moment. Kill. A wisp of viciousness flashed through Xiao Yan's eyes, and the profound energy within his body surged madly as he fought with all his might. Right when his fist was about to smash against the center of Yi Xian's forehead, his figure suddenly stopped moving. Xiaoyan was slightly stunned. What's going on? Why did I stop? In the next moment, his pupils constricted, and he swiftly grabbed his throat with both hands while a strand of blood sprayed from between his fingers. Instant kill. How dare you? Right at this moment, Lord Yin was suddenly enraged, and she vanished on the spot. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly, and he raised his sword and slashed down. Bang! Lord Yin was blasted 3 kilometers away by Yi Xian's attack. After Lord Yin stopped moving, she gazed at Yi Xian with disbelief. You. Nirvana realm. Yi Xian glanced at Lord Yin. Are you surprised? Lord Yin's expression was slightly unsightly. You're actually at the Nirvana realm. Yi Xian suddenly opened his right hand, and the green profound sword flew out. In the distance, Lord Yin's eyes narrowed, and a metal staff suddenly appeared in his hand. In the next moment, he smashed it forward. Boom! The sword light shattered, but Lord Yin retreated explosively for another 3 kilometers. Moreover, the iron staff in her hand was directly slashed into 2 by Yi Xian's sword strike. Seeing this scene, Venerable Yin's expression instantly turned ugly. Boundless swordsman. Since when did another boundless swordsman appear in this alternate world? At this moment, Yi Xian, who was in the distance, suddenly disappeared. Chi. A ray of sword light tore through the battlefield. Lord Yin squinted her eyes. She rushed forward and punched out. On her fist, the shadow of a beast suddenly appeared. Boom. That punch actually blocked Yi Xian's sword by force. Moreover, it even shattered Yi Xian's sword light. In the distance, Yi Xian opened his palm, and the green profound sword returned to his grasp. He gazed at Lord Yin. Lord Yin spoke in a low voice. Since you're in the boundless realm, then why did you kill my disciple? Aren't you bullying the weak? The strong bullying the weak. Yi Xian smiled. Geezer, it seems like you and your disciple came looking for trouble with me first, right? Lord Yin spoke angrily. How does old man know that you're in the boundless realm? Yi Xian smiled. I understand. If I'm in the boundless realm, then don't bully me. If I'm not, then I deserve to be bullied, right? Lord Yin stared at Yi Xian. You're clearly in the boundless realm, yet you're pretending to be in the Taoless realm. Your intentions are truly evil. Yi Xian was stunned, and then he smiled. Geezer, it was clearly you who acted against me for no reason, yet you're blaming me now? Lord Yin spoke angrily. If you revealed your identity, then would the old man act against you? Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then he said, You really are a fucking genius. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly vanished on the spot. Hiss! A blood-red ray of light tore through the surroundings. A wisp of a ferocious expression flashed through Lord Yin's eyes. Do you think the old man is afraid of you? As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly stomped his right foot against the ground, and his figure leaned forward as he roared furiously. Fuck off. Bang. An illusory image of a beast suddenly appeared behind Lord Yin, and then it roared furiously. Bang. The space in the surroundings trembled violently, and it rippled like water. However, it didn't shatter. Rumble. Yi Xian's attack was blocked once more, but countless rays of light instantly drowned Lord Yin. Hiss, 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 hiss. Numerous ripping sounds suddenly resounded, and then everyone watched as Lord Yin retreated explosively for over 1 kilometer. He'd just stopped when countless strands of fresh blood sprayed violently from his body. At this moment, Lord Yin's entire body was covered in scars. As for Yi Xian, he wasn't harmed at all. The expressions of the Yuan venerables and the others became solemn once more when they witnessed this scene. Yi Xian's combat strength was truly formidable. In the distance, Lord Yin wiped off the blood on the corners of his mouth and gazed at Yi Xian. Do you really intend to fight to the death? Yi Xian smiled and said, It seems like you were the one who looked for trouble first, right? Lord Yin said furiously. The old man merely said a few words to you. Yet you intend to kill the old man? Are you even human? Yi Xian. Everyone else, Lord Yin continued. If I said a few words to you and offended you, then can't the old man apologize to you? As he spoke, he cupped his fists and said, Lord Yi, what I said just now was slightly troublesome. I hope that you can be magnanimous and forgive me. Everyone's expressions became strange. This fellow really knows when to yield and when to stand tall. Yi Xian was slightly speechless as well. He hadn't expected that this fellow would directly apologize. Meanwhile, the Yuan venerables and the others gazed at Yi Xian. Yi Xian smiled and said, "I don't mind. It was just a misunderstanding, so why would I mind? Lord Yin, I was a little heavy-handed just now. Don't take it to heart." Lord Yin glanced at Yi Xian and said, "I won't." Yi Xian smiled and said, "I hope we'll be able to cooperate well in the future. After all, the boundless divine crystal is our true objective. Lord Yin, you must think of the bigger picture. Don't launch sneak attacks." Jun Daolin nodded slightly. Think of the bigger picture. The other inaction realm experts nodded successively as well. Actually, they were afraid that Yi Xian would continue to kill Lord Yin. If that was the case, they would be on guard against Yi Xian. After all, as Lord Yin had said, even though Lord Yin had offended Yi Xian, it wasn't to the extent of killing him. Of course, Lord Yin's brain wasn't very good. She had cultivated for so many years, yet she didn't train her brain. Meanwhile, Lord Yin spoke solemnly. "What are you talking about, Lord Yi? Even though I, Lord Yin, have a bad temper, I still see the bigger picture." Yi Xian smiled and said, "Then let's continue forward." Everyone continued forward. Dao Ling, who stood by Yi Xian's side, smiled and said, "I'm slightly surprised." Yi Xian smiled lightly. "Surprised that I didn't kill him?" Dao Ling nodded. Yi Xian glanced at Lord Yin in the distance. If he could kill him, he would definitely kill him. He wouldn't leave any future trouble for himself. But the problem was that he'd lost the best opportunity to kill him. Without activating his bloodline, it would still be difficult for him to kill an inaction realm expert. Moreover, Lord Yin was preparing to flee just now. Once he fled, he wouldn't be able to do anything to him. After all, he was an inaction realm cultivator. Moreover, Lord Yin had already apologized. If he still wanted to kill him, Jun Daolin and the other inaction realm experts would be wary of him. It was definitely better to have a few more friends than a few more enemies. Dao Ling suddenly said, "Be careful when crossing the river." Yi Xian collected his thoughts and looked at the black river in front of him. "Is there something fishy at the bottom of the river?" Dao Ling nodded and said, "There's an unknown creature. I don't know what it is exactly." Yi Xian said, "This river is less than 1,000 feet wide. With everyone's strength, we can cross it in the blink of an eye." At this point, he said solemnly, "There's something wrong with the sky above the river." Dao Ling nodded and said, "The space-time above the Black River is very strange. It's a distorted space-time like a maze. This is also why we didn't cross the river in the past. That space-time is too strange. After entering it, we don't have the confidence to walk out or return." Space-time. Yi Xian was slightly stunned. "What is it that I'm least afraid of?" "All sorts of space-time." Dao Ling looked at Yi Xian and said, "I know your sword is slightly special. Can you take the lead?" "Take the lead." Everyone looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian smiled and said, "No problem." As he spoke, he took a step forward. The space-time beneath his feet rippled, and in the next moment, an unknown starry sky domain appeared before him. At this moment, Dao Ling and others also showed up behind him. Yi Xian took a look in front of him. In front of him, there were countless space-time tunnels. Not only that, but these space-time tunnels also reflected countless people like mirrors. "It's strange." Yi Xian furrowed his brows and looked around. In the end, he opened his palm, and the Qingxian sword trembled slightly. He slowly closed his eyes, and a moment later he looked into the distance. "Follow me." As he spoke, he walked towards one of the space-time tunnels. However, as soon as he walked over, the space-time there started to distort. Their expressions changed drastically. Yi Xian suddenly said, "Suppress." As soon as he finished speaking, the azure sword in his hand trembled slightly. In the next moment, the warped space-time returned to normal. Everyone instantly heaved sighs of relief when they witnessed this scene. They continued forward. Right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly stopped. 6 men with spears in their hands had suddenly appeared not too far away from him. All of them were naked from the waist up, and their bodies were covered in all sorts of blood-red talisman markings. 6 of them were still alive. Behind the 6 of them was an altar. A woman was lying on the altar. She wore a black dress, and her face was covered with a blood-red veil. The expressions of Yi Xian and the others became solemn when they witnessed this scene. Meanwhile, the azure sword trembled slightly. At the same time, Soul's voice resounded in Yi Xian's mind. "Young master, retreat! Retreat!" Her voice carried a trace of terror. Yi Xian's expression changed drastically, and he immediately said, "Retreat!" As soon as he finished speaking, he was about to retreat. However, at this moment, the 6 spear-wielding men suddenly vanished on the spot. Yi Xian's pupils constricted. With a command in his heart, the azure sword transformed into a sword shield that blocked in front of him. An ancient spear stabbed towards him. Bang! The sword shield trembled violently, and Yi Xian spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, he swiftly turned his head. As soon as he turned his head, he saw the head of the Source Venerable on his right fly into the air. It wasn't just the Source Venerable, but the heads of Jun Daolin, and Beishan Daoling, and the others had flown into the air as well. Besides him, everyone else here had been instantly killed. All of them had been instantly killed. Yi Xian's face instantly turned pale. He didn't even have the ability to fight back. Meanwhile, the 6 men with spears turned to look at Yi Xian, and one of them was about to attack when a voice resounded from the altar. "Wait!" The man immediately stopped when he heard this. The 6 of them slowly turned to look at the woman on the altar in the distance, and then they knelt in unison with their heads on the ground. They first looked at the woman who had walked down from the altar. The woman's face was covered by a blood-red veil, so their formation couldn't be seen. The woman suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian's pupils constricted, and with a command in his heart, the azure sword transformed into a sword shield that blocked in front of him. At this moment, the woman pressed her fingers together and pointed at the sword shield. In the next moment, bang! The sword shield shattered and transformed into fragments that filled the sky. Yi Xian's mind went blank. The azure sword had shattered. Chapter 2008. The green profound sword was gone. At this moment, Yi Xian was completely stunned. The green profound sword was forged by Qing. All along the way, the green profound sword had been practically invincible. Yet now, it had been shattered by a single tap from this woman. Damn it! I'm in big trouble. What should I do? At this moment, Yi Xian was truly at a loss. At this moment, he suddenly realized that everything else was useless before absolute strength. Meanwhile, the woman in a black dress suddenly walked over to Yi Xian. She was very close, but Yi Xian still couldn't see her appearance. Yi Xian spoke in his heart, "Xiao Ta, aren't you going to say something?" Xiao Ta fell silent for a moment before he said, "Young master, I'm very panicked right now as well. Can you say something to comfort me?" Yi Xian was speechless. Meanwhile, the woman in a black dress spoke abruptly, "You're very interesting." Yi Xian gazed at her and hesitated for a moment before he asked, "What do you mean?" She said, "When they wanted to kill you earlier, a trace of uneasiness actually appeared in the depths of my heart. Moreover, when I aroused killing intent towards you just now, that trace of uneasiness actually grew stronger." As she spoke, she slowly placed her right hand on Yi Xian's shoulder. "Will I die if I kill you? Answer me." Yi Xian fell silent. "Damn it. That's a suicidal question. Will it? If I say that, then this woman might just slap me to death. After all, peerless experts like her are extremely proud and confident. Sometimes, they like to act in the opposite way. Won't it? If that's the case, then I might die even faster." Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, "Do you want to kill me?" The woman nodded. "Both of you came uninvited and disturbed me." Yi Xian spoke in a low voice. "Will it be too late for me to apologize now?" The woman shook her head. Yi Xian suddenly opened his palm. In the next moment, the fragments of the green profound sword suddenly converged towards his palm. And then the green profound sword condensed into form once more. Seeing this scene, even Yi Xian himself was stunned. He didn't expect it to work. He had only wanted to give it a try, but he had not expected that the shattered green profound sword could be reformed in such a manner. Yi Xian passed the green profound sword to the black dress lady in front of him. Through this sword, you can sense the owner of the sword. You can ask her your question just now. She will give you the answer. The black-robed woman's right hand slowly slid down Yi Xian's shoulder. Finally, she took the green profound sword and lowered her head to look at the sword in her hand. After a brief moment, she chuckled. I'm quite surprised that there's someone out there who can combine time and space-time so perfectly. No wonder you were able to use this sword to enter the space-time formation that I've set up. Interesting. Yi Xian said nothing. The black-dressed woman glanced at Yi Xian. For the sake of the person who made this sword, I won't kill you. However, I need your help. Yi Xian was speechless. Damn it. This woman actually didn't try to sense the Qing air. How am I supposed to deal with this? The black-dressed woman suddenly grabbed Yi Xian's hand with her right hand and pulled him toward the altar. Yi Xian asked in a low voice, Xiaota, can you sense my dad? Xiaota was silent for a moment. Young master, don't talk to me. She can hear us. Yi Xian looked at the black-dressed woman. The black-dressed woman said, It's right. Yi Xian sighed in his heart. Xiaota, did I stay invincible for more than 3 days? Xiaota said, It's been more than 3 days. Be content. Yi Xian. At this time, the black-dressed woman had already pulled Yi Xian to the altar. Yi Xian glanced at the black-dressed woman. He wanted to slip away, but he knew that he couldn't. This woman's strength was too terrifying. It wasn't just her. Even the 6 men standing below were terrifying. They had definitely surpassed the invincible realm. What kind of people were they? Questions arose in Yi Xian's heart. At this time, the black-dressed woman turned to Yi Xian. Help me a little. Yi Xian's face darkened. You're not going to sacrifice me, are you? The black-dressed woman smiled. More or less. Yi Xian. At this time, Yi Xian felt a pain in his palm. The next moment, a spurt of blood shot out of his hand and onto the altar. Boom. In an instant, the entire altar shook violently. The black-dressed woman suddenly said softly, I never thought that your blood could also activate. Young man, I'm even more interested in your background. Yi Xian looked at the black-dressed woman and said nothing. At this time, the black-dressed woman let go of Yi Xian's hand and pressed her palm down on the altar. Boom. The altar suddenly shook violently. Gradually, the entire area beneath the altar started to shake, as if there was an earthquake. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. Something's about to come out. Meanwhile, the altar suddenly split open, and then a colossus charged out. Yi Xian looked up and saw a huge ape in the sky. The ape was as large as a hill. Its limbs were like pillars, and its entire body was covered in sharp black and gold scales. However, Yi Xian noticed that the ape didn't have eyes. Instead, its eyes were 2 bloody holes. In the sky, the ape suddenly roared and pounded its chest incessantly. The powerful force it exerted caused the heavens and the earth to tremble. Its roar carried boundless viciousness. Yi Xian glanced at the ape. He had no doubt that it had been beaten in the past. Not only had it been beaten, but it had even been sealed. Meanwhile, the ape seemed to have thought of something. It suddenly lowered its head to look at the black-dressed woman, and then it slowly knelt down on one knee. The woman grinned. Qi Yuan, don't be angry, and don't be sad as well. We'll make them pay 100-fold for what they owe us. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and waved her right hand. In an instant, the spatial formation in the surroundings vanished. She looked down at the boundless tombs below her, and then she slowly closed her eyes. After a short moment, she spoke softly, Time's up. Awaken. As soon as she finished speaking, the tombs below her suddenly started trembling, and then countless people gradually crawled out from within them. Yi Xian's expression became solemn when he witnessed this scene. It didn't take long for more and more people to crawl out of their tombs. In the end, they just crawled and knelt down before the woman in a black dress, and then they just lay there. Yi Xian looked down. There were at least a few hundreds of thousands of people down there, and all of them possessed extremely formidable auras, especially those who'd crawled out of the tombs. The weakest amongst them was at the inaction realm, and there were at least 10,000 of them. Over 10,000. What sort of notion was that? Yi Xian was shocked. Exactly what sort of power is this? Why was it sealed here? Meanwhile, the woman suddenly smiled. Let's fight again. Let's fight again. Let's fight again. Let's fight again. Countless experts suddenly roared furiously, and their voices were like thunder that shook the heavens and the earth. The woman in a black dress suddenly opened her palm, and a white bone spear appeared in her hand. In the next moment, she opened her red lips. Break. The bone spear suddenly turned into a white light that shot into the sky. Hiss. As countless people watched, the distant sky split open, and in the next moment, a white light poured down. Yi Xian glanced around. At this moment, the blood of the people around him was boiling. He wanted to flee. Just as he was about to flee, the woman in a black dress suddenly turned to look at Yi Xian. Yi Xian. The woman in a black dress slowly walked up to Yi Xian and smiled. You can't leave, Yi Xian said in a low voice. What are you going to do? The woman in a black dress glanced around and smiled. I think you must be very curious about this world, right? Yi Xian glanced at the woman in a black dress, but did not say anything. The woman in a black dress said softly, This world is actually called the Banished Land, and we are those who have been banished. Yi Xian fell silent. He knew that his days of invincibility were gone forever. The woman in a black dress walked up to Yi Xian, and suddenly grabbed Yi Xian's hand, and smiled. You are the best gift that the heavens have given me. From now on, you will stay by my side and don't go anywhere. Her voice was soft like a lover's whisper, but Yi Xian's hair stood on end. This woman wanted to use him. Was she interested in his bloodline? Yi Xian held the woman's hand. Can I make a small request? The woman in a black dress smiled. Tell me. Yi Xian said, I know that those friends of mine just now, they are not completely dead because your people did not erase them. So can you resurrect them? The corner of the woman's mouth twitched. Why should I resurrect them? Yi Xian spread out his hands and smiled. This is a piece of cake for you. Of course, in the coming days, if you need anything, I will cooperate with you. The woman in a black dress moved closer to Yi Xian. Can you not cooperate? Yi Xian smiled. I am a swordsman. Do you think a swordsman would be afraid of death? The woman in a black dress did not speak, and Yi Xian could not see her expression, but he knew that she was looking at him. After a while, the woman in a black dress smiled. Are you going to threaten me with death? Yi Xian suddenly laughed. Everyone looked at Yi Xian. The woman in a black dress just looked at Yi Xian, and did not say anything. Yi Xian smiled. Originally, I wanted to be flashy and see if I could fool you, and then escape. But now it seems that I can't. The woman in a black dress asked. And then? Yi Xian looked at the woman in a black dress. Do you really think I'm afraid of death? Bang. The moment his voice fell, Yi Xian's blood boiled in his body. Bloodline activation. At the same time, the green profound sword in his hand turned into a sword ray and disappeared between his eyebrows. Bang. One with the sword. Rumble. The aura around Yi Xian's body surged madly. Yi Xian knew that he only had one chance to attack, and it was either life or death. The men with ancient spears next to the woman in a black dress were about to attack, but they were stopped by the woman in a black dress. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly disappeared on the spot, and his sword pierced between the woman in a black dress's eyebrows. This sword was the most powerful sword he had ever used. Just as the green profound sword was about to come into contact with the woman in a black dress, two fingers caught Yi Xian's sword. It was the woman in a black dress's fingers. The woman in a black dress exerted some force. Bang! The green profound sword shattered again. The next moment, the woman in a black dress grabbed Yi Xian's throat with her right hand, and the corners of her mouth curled up into a mocking smile. What right do you have to negotiate with me? Killing you would be as easy as crushing an ant. Is that so? At this moment, a voice resounded from the depths of the boundless starry sky. At the same time, the shattered pieces of the green profound sword suddenly gathered together, and formed a sword again. The woman in a black dress suddenly looked up into the starry sky, and she could vaguely see a woman in a white dress in the distance. The woman in a white dress stood by the sea with her back facing the sea, and her long hair fluttered lightly in the sea breeze. The woman in a black dress narrowed her eyes. Circle drawing. The woman in a white dress turned her head slightly, and a mocking smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. What kind of rubbish is that? P.S. Asking for votes. Chapter 2009. What kind of trash is that? The woman in a black dress laughed with ridicule when she heard her. How arrogant of you. The woman in a plain dress opened her palm, and then a sword suddenly appeared in her grasp. The walk sword. The walk sword suddenly vanished. In the heavenly tomb, the black dress woman's pupils suddenly constricted, because that sword had already arrived above her head. A ferocious expression flashed through her eyes, and then she suddenly raised her right hand. Technique Nirvana. As soon as she finished speaking, the space above her was actually obliterated at this moment. It was true obliteration. Such strength had completely surpassed space, and all techniques couldn't exist at all. The circle walker. It was a technique that she'd created herself. Everyone in the sky was looking at the sword. The countless strands of mysterious energy weren't able to stop the walk sword at all. It descended in a straight line and disregarded all force. The woman's pupils constricted when she witnessed this scene. She was just about to attack again when the walk sword arrived at the center of her forehead. Hiss. The sword pierced half an inch into her forehead, causing blood to spray. In an instant, her blood-red veil turned even redder. The expressions of countless experts changed drastically, and their eyes were filled with terror. The invincible ancient priest was actually unable to resist that attack. The woman in a black dress gazed at the woman in a plain dress with disbelief. You aren't the circle walker. Meanwhile, the woman in a plain dress pressed her fingers together and slid them lightly, and then the walk sword suddenly slid along with her. Hiss. The blood-red veil covering her face slid off, and then a peerlessly beautiful face appeared before everyone's eyes. At the same time, two blood-red words appeared at the center of her forehead. Trash. Trash. A ferocious expression instantly appeared on the woman's face when she saw those words. How dare you insult me? The woman in the plain dress suddenly slapped out. Slap. The walking sword suddenly slapped the face of the black dress woman. Bang. The black-robed woman's body shattered. However, that word was still between her brows. They weren't carved on her body, they were carved on her soul. Her expression was unsightly to the extreme while the clansmen around her were terrified to the extreme. They weren't able to fight back at all. His ancient priest was actually powerless in front of this woman in a plain dress. A wisp of ridicule arose on the corners of the woman's mouth. Humiliate you? Trash like you. What qualifications do you have for me to insult you? As she spoke, she turned to look coldly at the woman in the black dress. Do you know why I didn't kill you? The black-dressed woman stared at the plain-dressed woman without saying a word. The woman in the plain dress suddenly slashed with her fingers. The walking sword flashed past the eyes of the strange black woman. The eyes of the black-dressed woman shattered. Everyone. The black-dressed woman clenched her fists, her face close to insanity. If you want to kill me, then kill me. Why must you humiliate me? The plain-clothed woman was expressionless. Just now you humiliated my brother. Didn't you find it very satisfying? The black-dressed woman's expression froze. The plain-clothed woman pointed with her finger, and the walk sword suddenly flew into the sky. You want to die? It's simple. As long as you tell me now that you want to die, I'll make you and your clansmen disappear with one slash of my sword. Clan extermination. Hearing this, the black-dressed woman clenched her fists. I'm the one who humiliated your brother. What does it have to do with my clan? The plainly dressed woman raised an eyebrow. If I want to destroy them, then I'll destroy them. What, are you not convinced? If you're not convinced, then cross the starfield to fight me. The black-dressed woman. At this moment, the plain-clothed woman's right hand pressed down lightly. The walk sword suddenly descended from the heavenly tomb. Bang! In an instant, the entire space-time of the heavenly tomb started burning. At this moment, everyone's expression changed drastically. Escape? There was no way to escape. Because it wasn't just the heavenly tomb. Even the entire alternate world was enveloped by the sword. When the sword descended, everyone would die. Of course, except for Yi Xian who stood at the side. His clan was really going to be exterminated. At this moment, the black-dressed woman panicked. At this moment, She finally realized what sort of person she was facing. This was a person who was extremely indifferent to life. If the sword descended, it wouldn't just be the heavenly tomb. The entire banished land would be annihilated. No one could stop this sword. At this moment, the plain-clothed woman suddenly said, "Do you want to live?" The black-dressed woman looked at the plain-clothed woman, and the plain-clothed woman looked at the distant sea. "Please, my brother. If he says you can live, then you and your clansmen can live. If he says you can't, then you and your clansmen must die." "Brother." The black-dressed woman looked at Yi Xian, who stood nearby. At this moment, Yi Xian was looking at the plain-clothed woman as well. "I haven't seen you in a long time," Yi Xian said softly. "Qing, where are you now?" Qing turned to look at Yi Xian, and the coldness in her eyes vanished and was replaced with a trace of tenderness. "The Milky Way. The Milky Way." Yi Xian was stunned. Why did Qing go to the Milky Way? Qing suddenly asked. "Do you want me to annihilate them? As long as you nod, everyone around you, including the woman who bullied you earlier, will vanish from this world." Yi Xian fell silent. "As long as I nod, all of them will vanish." Yi Xian smiled. "Qing, you didn't kill her because you want me to take revenge one day, right?" The corner of Qing's mouth lifted. "Yes. Me helping you bully them is different from you bullying them yourself." Yi Xian smiled. "I understand." Qing nodded slightly. She opened her palm, and the Qingxian sword beside Yi Xian suddenly disappeared. In the next moment, the Qingxian sword was already in Qing's hand. She looked at the Qingxian sword in her hand, and a moment later, she clamped the blade of the sword between her fingers. Then she slid her fingers down, and very quickly, her fingers reached the tip of the sword. The tip of the azure profound sword shattered. Yi Xian was dumbfounded. He didn't understand what she meant. Qing opened up her right palm. In an instant, countless mysterious airflows converged from the surroundings, and they converged onto the green profound sword in the end. In next to no time, the tip of the green profound sword appeared once more. She had reforged the tip. Qing turned to look at Yi Xian. Yi Xian said, "I've reforged this sword. In this world, there are only 4 people who can break it apart from me." As soon as he finished speaking, the Qingxian sword suddenly disappeared. When it reappeared, it was already in Yi Xian's hand. Yi Xian was curious. "Qing, you said there are only 4 people who can break it apart from you. Aside from dad and brother, who are the other 2? Qing smiled. "You'll know in the future." Yi Xian was speechless. Qing suddenly said, "I want to teach a lesson to an arrogant little girl. Talk to you next time." As soon as she finished speaking, her body suddenly became illusory, and soon, she completely disappeared. Gone. Yi Xian was puzzled. What was Qing doing in the Milky Way? And who was that arrogant little girl? After a moment, Yi Xian withdrew his thoughts and looked at the Qingxian sword in his hand. At this moment, the Qingxian sword had been reconstructed. Not only that, but the tip of the sword had also been reforged. Moreover, it was forged by an unknown and mysterious force. The azure profound sword had been reborn. Yi Xian put away the sword and looked at the black-dressed woman in the distance. "Revive my friends." The woman in the black dress took a look at Yi Xian. This time, she did not waste any more words. She opened her palm, and then clenched it gently. Soon, countless fragments of souls in the world gathered towards her. Soon, the souls of Dao Ling and the others were reassembled. Yi Xian suddenly pointed at Supremacy Yin's soul. "This isn't my friend." The black-dressed woman glanced at Yi Xian, and waved her sleeve. Boom. Supremacy Yin's newly formed divine soul shattered again. This time, she was directly erased. Yi Xian gazed at Dao Ling and the others. "Let's go." Dao Ling and the others glanced at the surroundings. They didn't waste their breath and immediately left with Yi Xian. On the other hand, the black-dressed woman and the others didn't stop him. Of course, they didn't dare to as well. Earlier, so long as Yi Xian nodded, then all of them would be gone. How could they dare to stop Yi Xian at a time like this? The black-dressed woman gazed at Yi Xian and didn't speak. Meanwhile, an old man walked over to the black-dressed woman's side and bowed slightly. "Ancient priest." The black-dressed woman closed her eyes slowly and clenched her fists tightly. Since she was born, she'd never suffered such humiliation. Even when she and her clansmen suffered a crushing defeat all those years ago, she'd never suffered such humiliation. She wanted to take revenge, but she felt despair when she thought of that woman. True despair. She'd thought that woman was just like her, a person who drew circles. But now it seemed like she wasn't. What realm is she at? A trace of bewilderment arose in the ancient priest's heart. This was the first time she'd seen someone so powerful that it exceeded her understanding. After a long time, the ancient priest spoke softly. "I'll heal my injuries." As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and walked towards the altar. All the experts looked at each other in dismay. Yi Xian led the souls of everyone out of the heavenly tomb. Meanwhile, a Daoling spoke in a low voice. "Those people just now." Yi Xian spoke in a low voice. "A mysterious race. I don't know their origins either. However, that woman said that this alternate world is actually a place of exile, and they're exiles." A Daoling frowned slightly. "Exiles?" Yi Xian nodded. "I don't know the specifics either." A Daoling fell silent, and the others had extremely solemn expressions. Meanwhile, Bashan suddenly said, "Venerable Yi, thank you for saving us." They knew that if it wasn't for Yi Xian, they wouldn't have been able to be reborn. The source venerate and Jun Daolin hurriedly thanked him as well. Yi Xian spoke softly. "It's a small matter." As he spoke, he glanced at everyone. "If that woman isn't lying, then something big might happen in this alternate world. Because I saw that they seem to be planning a counterattack. In other words, this place will become a battlefield in the future." Everyone's expressions became solemn when they heard this. A battlefield. Once this place became a battlefield, then the alternate world would be finished. Not only would the alternate world be finished, but they might also die. For now, inaction realm experts were really not enough before these people. Yi Xian sighed softly as well. "I've only been invincible for a short period of time. Yet I've become a little brother again. Damn it. I'm too unlucky." Chapter 2010. The atmosphere in the surroundings was slightly heavy. Along with the appearance of that mysterious race in the heavenly tomb, all of them who stood at the peak of the world had suddenly become juniors amongst juniors. The gap between them was truly too huge. Right at this moment, the source venerable suddenly said, "Venerable Yi, forgive me for asking, but all of us were killed just now, but you weren't. Moreover, after we were revived, we noticed that the mysterious woman's body was gone. Does this have anything to do with you?" Everyone looked at Yi Xian when they heard this. They'd noticed this as well. Yi Xian had been fine from the beginning until the end. Moreover, the mysterious woman's body that was as strong as a god was gone as well. Something must have happened in the process. Yi Xian smiled and said, "My younger sister made a move." Everyone exchanged glances when they heard this. And the source venerable said in a low voice, "Your younger sister destroyed the mysterious woman's body?" Yi Xian nodded. Everyone exchanged glances again, and their eyes were filled with shock. They hadn't fought the mysterious woman, but they knew how terrifying the mysterious woman's subordinates were. They didn't even have the ability to fight back when they faced those 6 people. They could imagine how terrifying the mysterious woman who was their leader was. But Yi Xian's younger sister had actually won? Not only had she won, but she'd even destroyed the other party's body meanwhile, and Bashan sighed softly. "So we're still like ants." Everyone's expressions became slightly complicated when they heard this. Right at this moment, everyone seemed to have noticed something, and they suddenly turned around. A woman in a black dress was standing not too far away. It was the mysterious woman. Everyone's expressions changed when they saw the mysterious woman. Yi Xian frowned slightly. "This woman wouldn't want to do something to me, right?" The mysterious woman gazed at Yi Xian and said, "Let's talk." Talk. The source venerables and the others hesitated for a moment when they heard the mysterious woman. And then they left silently. Daoling gazed at Yi Xian and said, "Be careful." As soon as she finished speaking, she vanished with Yan Bianshan. Only Yi Xian and the mysterious woman were left. Yi Xian stared at the mysterious woman. He couldn't help but admit that this mysterious woman was truly a peerless beauty. Her countenance could truly be described as peerless in the world. However, it was a pity that the word between her brows had affected her peerless beauty. Trash. It was carved by Qing'er. The mysterious woman walked in front of Yi Xian. Can you tell me about her? Yi Xian shook his head. There's nothing to say. The mysterious woman looked at Yi Xian and didn't say anything. Yi Xian looked him in the eye. F***ck, I'm not afraid of you. The two of them looked at each other, and the atmosphere in the air suddenly became a little ambiguous, because it was a little like a couple looking at each other. Moments later, the mysterious woman retracted her gaze. We can get to know each other again. I am Tianyan, an ancient priest of the Forsaken Heaven tribe. Yi Xian glanced at the mysterious woman and said, All of you were exiled? Tianyan nodded. During the battle in the Buzhou realm, my Forsaken Heaven tribe was defeated, so we were exiled here. Yi Xian was slightly curious. Who defeated you? Tianyan said indifferently, The Myriad tribe. Yi Xian frowned slightly. A tribe? Tianyan glanced at Yi Xian. 10,000. Yi Xian said. You were ganged up on? Disdain flashed through Tianyan's eyes. If they hadn't ganged up on us, how could they have defeated my Forsaken Heaven tribe? Yi Xian said solemnly. Where did you come from? Tianyan said. The center of the universe, the Eternity Realm. Eternity Realm. Yi Xian fell silent. A new map had been opened. He knew that Boundless Realm was about to become his real little brother. Yi Xian sighed in his heart. How long more did he have to work to become like Qing'er and his father? No matter what world it was, no matter how the map changed, they could still destroy it with a single strike of their sword. How long more? Yi Xian felt a little helpless. At this time Tianyan said, What's wrong with you? Yi Xian shook his head and sighed. Every time, I feel like I'm invincible. But not long after, I became a little brother again. When I was in the lower bound, I felt that this alternate world might be the end. I didn't expect this Eternity Realm to appear. Tianyan frowned slightly. Why do you think this alternate world is the end of the universe? Yi Xian looked at Tianyan. Tianyan said, Even where we are, we don't think that the place we are in is the end of the universe. Yi Xian was puzzled. Why? Tianyan glanced at Yi Xian. Do you know what the universe represents? Yi Xian shook his head. Tianyan said, The universe represents the unknown, and it also represents the endless. Yi Xian was silent. At this time, Xiao Tao suddenly said, Young master, some of your thoughts are not good. Just like the people in the Milky Way. I used to stay there. They always think that the small ball they live in is the only one in the universe that has life. But in reality, they are too weak to discover the world outside the Milky Way. When you think you've reached the end of the universe, it's actually because you're too weak to discover a bigger world. Yi Xian's expression was a little strange. Xiao Tao, you are a little knowledgeable. Xiao Tao was a little unhappy. So I am an idiot in your eyes, young master? Yi Xian nodded honestly. Xiao Tao. At this time Tianyan suddenly said, Let's make a deal. Yi Xian looked at Tianyan. What deal? Tianyan pointed at his forehead. Help me get rid of this word, and I will help you improve. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Get rid of it. Tianyan nodded. Yi Xian shook his head. This is Qing'er's doing. I might not be able to get rid of it. Tianyan looked at Yi Xian. There is a powerful mysterious power in these two words. I dare not touch this power, but you dare. Because my intuition tells me that this power will not harm you. Yi Xian thought about it and then said, How much can you help me improve? A circle drawing person? Tianyan's mouth twitched. You haven't even broken the circle and you want to draw circles? Yi Xian. Tianyan continued. I can help you become a circle-breaking person. But to become a circle-drawing person, it all depends on your luck. Even where I come from, there are no more than 5 circle-drawing people. 5. Yi Xian frowned slightly. So few? Tianyan nodded. Very few. To be able to draw circles means you have to jump out of all the rules. You also have to create your own Dharma rules. Only then can you be considered a circle-drawing person. Then she glanced at Yi Xian. So, I'm very curious about that sister of yours. What realm is she at? Yi Xian smiled. I don't know her real realm either. But one of my sisters told me that Qing is the type of person who draws circles and breaks them. Then she keeps drawing circles and breaking them again. So on and so forth. She thinks of herself as an opponent. Circle, break, circle. Tianyan squinted. After a while, she said softly, so that's how it is. Hearing that, Yi Xian's mouth twitched slightly. Damn it. Did this woman realize something? Then Tianyan looked at Yi Xian. I think I get it now. But I don't think she's as simple as you say. For example, she was able to traverse countless galaxies to kill me, but I couldn't sense where she was at all. She's not that simple. Yi Xian glanced at Tianyan and sighed softly in his heart. Strength. The reason she's talking to me so nicely is all because of Qing. Alas. Yi Xian sighed again. Looks like I have to return to Pine Prefecture to regain my confidence. Meanwhile, Tianyan suddenly said, what do you think about the deal I mentioned? Yi Xian gazed at the word between Tianyan's brows and shook his head. I don't believe you. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. Tianyan frowned slightly when he heard that. At this moment, an extremely terrifying aura suddenly appeared in the field. Yi Xian turned his head to look. Not far away, a tall giant ape was staring at him. It was the huge ape that Tianyan had released from the altar. The huge ape didn't have any pupils, so it just stared at Yi Xian in a horrifying manner. Yi Xian smiled and said, what? Do you intend to eat me? The huge ape suddenly pounded its chest with its palms and roared furiously. Yi Xian suddenly turned around and walked over to Tianyan. He pointed at the huge ape and said, make it vanish from my sight in 3 breaths of time. If it's still here in 3 breaths of time, then I'll make your entire Forsaken race vanish from this world. Tianyan's eyes narrowed slightly when he heard this, and he slowly clenched his right fist. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly said, time's up. As soon as he finished speaking, he opened his palm. The green profound sword appeared in his grasp. In the next moment, it started to tremble violently. Tianyan's expression changed drastically when she witnessed this scene, and she hurriedly turned around and glared angrily at the huge ape. Fuck off. Fuck off. The huge ape was stunned. And then it turned around and leaped up into the sky and vanished into the horizon. Tianyan gazed at Yi Xian. You're using her to threaten me. That's an act of incompetence. Yi Xian suddenly grabbed Tianyan's hand and said, Miss Tianyan, I wanted to work together with you in the heavenly tomb because I was weak. I knew my limits, and I had to work together with you if I wanted to live. However, you disdained to do so. I'm afraid of death, but I refuse to live in servitude. So, I chose to shed all pretenses of cordiality with you. I knew that I would definitely lose, but I still chose to do so because I wanted to die with dignity. Unfortunately. He grinned as he spoke. Unfortunately, I can't die, because I have a younger sister. Miss Tianyan, tell me, what else can I do when facing an expert like you but call for help? Tianyan gazed at Yi Xian and remained silent. Yi Xian continued. I've come from a small place until now, and I've thought it through. I'll walk my own path in the future if I can. If I really can't, I don't mind asking my sister to give me a push. Staring at Yi Xian, Heaven Hater said, have you ever thought about one thing? What if your sister is gone one day? If one day your sister is gone, Yi Xian said, then I'll go find my dad. He smiled as he spoke. My dad and Qing are evenly matched. He turned and left, but he stopped after a few steps. I forgot. I have a sworn brother called Unfettered One. He's the one who says he's invincible. He's been seeking defeat his whole life. If you're bored, you can shout to the endless starry sky. I'm invincible. Maybe he'll come find you. He continued to walk into the distance as he spoke. Tianyan looked at Yi Xian. Do you want to be the king of reliance? Yi Xian. P.S. There are a few days every month when I don't feel like writing. I want to have fun every day. I want to have a holiday. I want to have fun. Chapter 2011. Yi Xian ignored Heaven's loathsome and disappeared into the distance. On the spot, Heaven's loathsome expression turned ugly. The deal had failed. It had to be said that she felt wronged at the moment. With her current strength, it would be too easy to kill Yi Xian. But the problem was, could she kill him? Could she kill him? Did she dare to kill him? A moment later, Heaven's loathsome turned to leave. In the distance, Xiaotao suddenly said, "Young master, why didn't you agree to her request?" Yi Xian smiled. "I don't like her." Xiaotao said, "I don't like her either." Young master, great minds think alike. Yi Xian was speechless. After returning to Daoling Palace, Yi Xian entered Xiaotao's body. Cultivate. Break the circle. He had to break the circle. Only then could he use the power of his bloodline and the green profound sword to fight against Heaven's loathsome. But how could he break the circle? Sister Nian didn't tell him, and neither did Qing. Thinking of this, Yi Xian couldn't help but wonder, "Xiaota, why don't Sister Nian and Qing teach me how to break the circle?" Tiny Pagoda fell silent for a moment before it said, "Young master, Big Sister Tianming and Big Sister Nian broke through the circle on their own. And they definitely subconsciously think that you can do the same. But it's very obvious that they've overestimated you." Yi Xian was speechless. Xiaota said, "Young master, can you break the circle on your own?" Yi Xian said calmly, "Isn't it just breaking the circle? Just you wait, I'll break it for you." As he spoke, he turned to the peak of a mountain. Yi Xian sat cross-legged on the ground. He looked down. From this position, he could see the countless mountains below. Yi Xian was silent in thought. Break the circle. If he wanted to break out of the circle, he had to first understand what the circle was that trapped him. What was the circle that trapped him? Yi Xian was deep in thought. The heavenly tomb. Heaven Loathsome sat cross-legged on the sacrificial altar. At the moment, there was a purple ribbon wrapped around her forehead. The two words were really ugly. Naturally, she could not show them in front of others. Not far from Heaven Hater, Qi Yuan lay quietly. Not far away, there were 6 Forsaken clan experts wielding ancient spears. A long time passed before she slowly opened her eyes. She looked up at the sky, and the spatial tunnel she'd forcefully torn open that day was still there. At this moment, a woman suddenly walked out from the space-time tunnel. The woman wore a snow-white dress and had a purple ribbon around her arm. She was as beautiful as Heaven Hater, especially her eyes. Her pupils were deep purple and looked as deep as the starry sky. Heaven's Hateful looked at the white-dressed woman. "Bai Xiao, long time no see." The woman called Bai Xiao walked slowly to the altar and looked at Heaven Loathsome. This is no longer the era when the Forsaken clan was invincible. "Do you understand?" Heavenly Vexation smiled and said, "I naturally understand. However, according to my guess, after your alliance defeated the Heavenly Forsaken clan, you must have started an internal strife, right?" Bai Xiao fell silent. Heaven Loathsome smiled and said, "Without a strong external enemy, there would definitely be internal strife." Bai Xiao said softly, "But with your appearance, we will become united again." Heaven Loathsome walked slowly to Bai Xiao. "All these years, I've been thinking about a problem." "What problem?" "That is, why the Forsaken clan lost back then. Later on, I discovered that there was a very important reason why our Tian Forsaken clan had lost. It was because we were too conceited." As she spoke, she shook her head and said, "We were really too conceited." Bai Xiao fell silent. Heaven Loathsome continued, "If we hadn't been so conceited back then, we definitely wouldn't have lost." Bai Xiao nodded slightly. "Looks like there's nothing to talk about." Heaven Loathsome smiled and said, "We will take back what the Forsaken clan once lost." Bai Xiao nodded slightly. "We will wait." With that, she turned and left. The direction she was walking in wasn't the way back, but the other way. Heaven Loathsome narrowed her eyes and slowly clenched her right hand. Bai Xiao chuckled and said, "Is there any meaning in fighting now?" Heaven Loathsome stared at Bai Xiao. "I think there is." As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly disappeared on the spot. At this moment, 3 old men with mysterious staffs suddenly blocked Heaven Loathsome. Heaven Loathsome said fiercely, "Don't let her go to King Kaoshan." As soon as she finished speaking, a powerful force suddenly erupted from her body. The 3 old men in front of her were sent flying hundreds of thousands of feet away. At this moment, Bai Xiao had already disappeared. A ferocious look flashed in Heaven Loathsome's eyes. Her figure trembled, and she disappeared on the spot. Daoling Palace. Yi Xian, who was cultivating, suddenly looked up. A woman had quietly appeared not far in front of him. It was Bai Xiao. Seeing Bai Xiao, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. You. He had not expected that someone could force their way into Xiao Tao's body. Damn it. This Xiao Tao was too shameless. Xiao Ta. Bai Xiao looked at Yi Xian and smiled. I'm very sorry for disturbing you. Yi Xian said in a deep voice. Who are you? Bai Xiao said. I'm from the Eternity Realm. I'm the Divine Wilderness Clan's patriarch, Bai Xiao. Eternity Realm. Yi Xian was slightly taken aback. Then he asked, why are you looking for me? Bai Xiao smiled. She opened her palm, and an ancient ring floated in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian glanced at it. There were tens of millions of infinite divine crystals in the storage ring. Yi Xian looked at Bai Xiao and frowned. What's the meaning of this? Bai Xiao opened her palm and a scroll appeared in her hand. Young Master Yi, this is an inheritance. Among it, there is an inheritance of my Divine Wilderness Clan's ancestors that broke the circle. It should be of help to you. As she spoke, she handed the scroll to Yi Xian. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, Miss, what's the meaning of this? Bai Xiao smiled. The Heaven-Forsaken clan doesn't want to be friends with young Master Yi, but my Divine Wilderness clan does. Yi Xian. At this moment, Heaven Hater suddenly appeared in Xiao Ta. When he saw Bai Xiao, Heaven Hater's expression instantly turned gloomy. Bai Xiao smiled. Young Master Yi, my Divine Wilderness clan doesn't have any ill intentions. We just want to form a good relationship with young Master Yi. If young Master Yi has any needs, you can tell me. As long as we can do it, my Divine Wilderness clan will definitely not refuse. Yi Xian looked at Bai Xiao. What's your goal? Bai Xiao smiled. As I said just now, I just want to form a good relationship with young Master Yi. Yi Xian fell silent. Obviously, she knew of Qing Er's existence. At this moment, Heaven Hater suddenly mocked. I never expected the Divine Wilderness clan's leader to be so good at bootlicking. Bai Xiao looked at Heaven Hater and smiled. Ancient Priest Heaven Hater, the two words between your eyebrows are really pretty. Yi Xian. Heaven Hater's expression instantly turned ferocious. Bai Xiao. As soon as she finished speaking, she was about to attack. Meanwhile, Bai Xiao said, Heaven Vexation. I can accompany you if you want to fight. However, this is young Master Ye's territory. Are you really going to fight here? Hearing this, Heaven Hater glanced at Yi Xian and did not say a word. She was extremely annoyed. At this moment, Bai Xiao looked at Yi Xian and smiled. Young Master Yi, please accept this inheritance and infinite divine crystal. Yi Xian smiled. Miss Bai Xiao, to be honest, I don't deserve it. Bai Xiao smiled. It's my Divine Wilderness clan's honor to be friends with young Master Yi. Yi Xian. Heaven Hater mocked her again. Bai Xiao, when did you become so thick-skinned? Bai Xiao glanced at Heaven Hater. The two words between your eyebrows are really pretty. Yi Xian's expression froze. This woman. Heaven Hater clenched her fists tightly. In an instant, the space-time within Xiao Ta's body boiled. At this moment, Xiao Ta suddenly said indifferently, I was created by Sister Tian Ming. Touching me is equivalent to not giving Sister Tian Ming face. Yi Xian's face darkened. Tian Ming. Heaven Hater's expression was a little ugly. She knew that the Tian Ming the stupid pagoda was talking about was the plain-dressed woman. The plain-dressed woman. A sense of helplessness arose in Heaven Hater's heart when she thought of that woman. Since she was born, this was the first time she had suffered such humiliation. However, she could not arouse any thoughts of revenge in the depths of her heart. Despair. That woman was so powerful that she felt despair. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly said, Clan leader Bai Xiao. Bai Xiao grinned. Just call me Bai Xiao. Yi Xian was speechless. Heaven Hater stared fixedly at Bai Xiao like a wolf that had been starving for half a month and had finally spotted its prey. Bai Xiao paid no attention to Heaven Hater, and she gazed at Yi Xian instead. Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, Miss Bai Xiao, I'll introduce my younger sister to you in the future. Bai Xiao's eyes lit up when she heard this. What a tactful young man. I like him. Is she really trying to get on Yi Xian's good side? Of course. But her true objective was actually the mysterious big shot that stood behind Yi Xian. She'd been constantly sending people to monitor this place. She'd found out about Heaven Hater being bashed up, and that was why she hadn't traversed countless stellar regions to rush over here. There was actually an extraordinary expert here that surpassed the person who drew circles. She didn't dare look for the woman in a plain dress, because an expert of such a level might not even pay attention to her. Looking for Yi Xian was the most suitable choice because Yi Xian was weak and easy to rope in. Heaven Hater's expression turned even more unsightly when she heard Yi Xian. Her strength was actually greater than Bai Xiao's, and Bai Xiao wouldn't be a match for her if they were to really fight. Even though Bai Xiao was a person who'd broken circles as well, there was a difference in strength amongst them. However, if Bai Xiao really came into contact with the woman in a plain dress and obtained her guidance, then everything would be turned around, and it would be a devastating blow to the heaven-forsaken race. The killing intent in Heaven Hater's eyes suddenly calmed down when she thought up to here. Bai Xiao frowned slightly when she witnessed this scene. I've miscalculated. She knew that once she left Xiaota, then Heaven Hater would definitely stop at nothing to kill her. She wasn't afraid of Heaven Hater, but if Heaven Hater really stopped at nothing, then she might die. After all, this was Heaven Hater's territory. Bai Xiao glanced at Yi Xian. She hadn't expected Yi Xian to be so tactful, but his words had undoubtedly brought disaster to her. Heaven Hater suddenly glanced at Yi Xian. Kaoshan King, we'll meet again. With that, she turned and disappeared. Chapter 2012. After Heaven's Loathsome left, Yi Xian looked at Bai Xiao. Miss Bai Xiao, she might not let you leave this banished land alive. Bai Xiao smiled. It seems that I can only follow young Master Yi for the time being. Then she smiled mischievously. Young Master Yi, please don't refuse. Otherwise, I'll really be bullied by that bad woman. Yi Xian smiled. Then, Miss Bai Xiao can stay in my Xiaota. Bai Xiao bowed slightly. Thank you. Yi Xian smiled. I'm going to cultivate. Then he sat down cross-legged and continued to comprehend. Bai Xiao reminded him. You can use the inheritance I gave you. That way, it'll be easier for you to break the circle. Yi Xian opened his eyes and looked at the scroll in his hand. After a while he smiled. I want to try it myself. Try it himself. Qing could break the circle on her own. Sister Nian could do the same. Why couldn't he? He wanted to try it himself. Sometimes, the Tao that he walked was different from the Tao of others. Previously he had been using other people's inheritance. Now he wanted to try it himself. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Bai Xiao's eyes flashed with surprise. She didn't say anything and left quietly. On the mountain peak, Yi Xian sat cross-legged on the ground and continued to comprehend. Bai Xiao didn't leave Xiaota. Instead, she wandered around in Xiaota. It had to be said that she was shocked. With her strength, she had naturally discovered the extraordinariness of this small tower. The time inside was different from the outside world. Bai Xiao said softly, the flow of time. This person can actually suppress the flow of time. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it. As if she thought of something, Bai Xiao left Xiaota. Outside Xiaota, she saw Heaven's Loathsome. Heaven's Loathsome didn't leave. She didn't dare to touch Yi Xian, but she didn't care about Bai Xiao. Bai Xiao looked at Heaven Vexation. Heaven Vexation, I think you were right about one thing. You said that the Heaven-forsaken tribe lost back then because they were arrogant. However, you still haven't learned your lesson. Heaven Loathsome was expressionless. Are you lecturing me? Bai Xiao shook her head. I wouldn't dare. Tianyan, as far as I know, young Master Yi wanted to work with you previously. However, you were very disdainful of him. Why were you disdainful? Because you feel that he doesn't have the qualifications to cooperate with you. In other words, he doesn't deserve to negotiate with you. So, not only did you ignore him, you even humiliated him. Heaven's Loathsome suddenly interrupted him. Don't be a hindsight. Let me ask you, if the person behind him hadn't appeared, would you have licked him? Really? Bai Xiao was silent. Heaven's Hater mocked. You're sucking up to him now because you know he has a super big shot behind him. If he didn't, would you, Bai Xiao, look at an ant who couldn't even break the circle? Bai Xiao shook her head and smiled. Heaven's Hater, you're wrong. Actually, you've underestimated young Master Yi. Heaven's Hater was expressionless. Have I underestimated him? Or have you overestimated him? Bai Xiao smiled. Heaven's Hater, when we were at our realm, were you confident you could defeat him? Why are you using your current realm to measure his current realm? Were you really better than him when you were at his realm? Heaven's Hater didn't speak. Bai Xiao continued. You had a better choice. For example, you could have chosen to be friends with him. If that was the case, we would be the ones panicking. Unfortunately, you didn't do that. So you're panicking now. Heaven's Hater glanced at Bai Xiao. I don't dare to kill him, but the person behind him didn't want to interfere in our matter. Moreover, according to my guess, the reason why the person behind him let him stay here is to train him. In other words, as long as I don't kill him, I'll be fine. If I make him suffer a little, the person behind him might be happier. As she said that, she raised a finger. As long as I control the limit, I'll be fine. What do you think? Hearing that, Bai Xiao narrowed her eyes. Heaven's Hater smiled. You'd better stay in his xiaota forever. After saying that, her body gradually turned illusory. Bai Xiao was silent for a moment. She shook her head with a smile, and turned to leave. Inside the xiaota, Yi Xian was still meditating. Break the circle. At that moment he understood what a circle was. The so-called circle was actually no state. To be more precise, it was a realm. People in the world cultivated realms, but they were also bound by realms. That was because realms were equivalent to a frame that trapped people in it. In other words, cultivating Tao would eventually be bound by Tao. How to get out of this frame? Yi Xian frowned slightly at the thought of this. He understood what a circle was, but now there was a problem. How to break this circle? Yi Xian fell into deep thought. It was easy to know the circle, but difficult to break it. Time passed bit by bit. After an unknown amount of time, Yi Xian, who was cultivating, suddenly frowned. Why did he have to break the circle himself? Why didn't he let Qing or help him break the circle? At that thought, he took out the green profound sword. After a moment, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and the green profound sword in his hand began to tremble violently. Break the circle. Breaking the circle by oneself was one way, but getting others to help you break the circle was also another way. In other words, walking directly into the circle of others meant walking into another circle that was even stronger than the one before. In his opinion, even if he broke the circle, he would still be in someone else's circle. If that was the case, why not find a bigger circle and jump into it himself? In this world, Qing Er's circle was definitely powerful. If he could enter her circle, even those who broke the circle would not be able to do anything to him. After all, this was Qing Er's circle. At that thought, Yi Xian was a little excited. At that moment, he had a goal and was no longer lost. What he needed to do next was to find a way to enter Qing Er's circle. Actually, it was not difficult because he had the green profound sword. He could borrow the green profound sword to enter Qing Er's circle. If others broke the circle, Yi Xian would borrow the circle. This was actually a brand new way of cultivation. Of course, he might be the only one who could cultivate because he had the circle to borrow. One's thinking determines one's height. Yi Xian looked at the green profound sword in his hand. The green profound sword trembled slightly, and in the next moment, the green profound sword turned into countless sword rays. Gradually, the sword rays converged into the woman in the plain dress. At that moment, Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. In his mind, the scene where Qing Er once appeared Qing Er. What was her Tao? Yi Xian did not know. Of course, he had no intention of walking on Qing Er's Tao. What he needed to do was simple: enter Qing Er's circle. To enter Qing Er's circle, he must achieve two things. First, he must have a medium. He could not enter just by thinking about it. Second, Qing Er must not oppose it. A medium? He naturally knew that it was the green profound sword. The green profound sword was personally forged by Qing Er. It contained her own power and Tao. Using the green profound sword as a medium was the most suitable. As for the second point, why would Qing oppose him? In the middle of the field, Yi Xian's eyes were closed. In his mind, bits and pieces of Qing Er's past appeared. Just like that, time passed bit by bit. In front of him, the Qing that was formed from sword rays suddenly turned into dots of sword rays and disappeared into his forehead. When the last dot of sword rays entered Yi Xian's body, Yi Xian suddenly opened his eyes. Boom! The space-time in front of Yi Xian shattered. At this time, Xiao Tao was horrified. Young lord, don't do anything rash. Yi Xian slowly opened his right hand and lightly wiped it. The shattered space-time was restored. At this time, Xiao Tao said, Young lord, have you entered Sister Tianming's circle? The corner of Yi Xian's mouth curled up into a smile. Gradually the smile widened. Xiao Tao suddenly said, Young lord, your smile is so perverted. Yi Xian. Circle. Ignoring Xiao Tao, Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. He had entered Qing Er's circle. After entering Qing Er's circle, he suddenly realized that this circle was so big that he could not feel the end. Before this, he had also been in the circle, but compared to Qing it was like, no, there was no comparison at all. After he entered Qing Er's circle, he felt that he was alone in the depths of the vast universe. This circle was boundless and there was no end to it. Breaking the circle? Strictly speaking, he was not breaking the circle. He had just left his small circle and entered an invincible big circle. Of course, at this moment, his strength had also changed dramatically. Not only his strength, but his sword Dao had also changed dramatically. Breaking the circle. His current sword Dao was also different from before. He defined it as entering the circle. At this moment, he realized that he was truly above the space-time Dao. Not only that, but when he looked back, he realized that the inaction realm expert was like a child. He also understood why he could not fight back in front of that heaven loathsome. They were really not on the same level. As if thinking of something, Yi Xian opened his palm, and the green profound sword appeared in his hand. At this moment, the green profound sword changed again. The sword became stronger because of the person. After he transformed, the green profound sword would change as well. Now both he and the green profound sword had changed dramatically. At this moment, Bai Xiao appeared in front of Yi Xian. There was a flash of surprise in her eyes. You broke through? Yi Xian nodded. Bai Xiao smiled. Congratulations. Yi Xian looked at Bai Xiao. Miss Bai Xiao, do you want to spar? Bai Xiao blinked. Are you sure? Yi Xian smiled. Yes. Bai Xiao nodded. Okay. With that, the two left Xiao Tao and came to an unknown mysterious space-time. Bai Xiao looked at Yi Xian. Make your move. Yi Xian flicked his sleeves. Pust. A sword slashed at Bai Xiao. Bai Xiao put her fingers together and pointed forward. Boom. The sword light shattered. The next moment, Bai Xiao was sent flying thousands of feet away. Not only that, but the moment she stopped, two of her fingers were cut off. I've been working hard to save some manuscripts. I've saved some. Everyone, wait for me to break out. Chapter 2013. She was stunned. Bai Xiao was stunned. What's going on? In the distance, Yi Xian's expression was calm as if he'd expected this. The green profound sword had been remodeled by Qing Er. Especially the tip of the sword. It contained the mysterious energy of Qing Er. Even though Bai Xiao was formidable, it didn't mean that she could disregard the green profound sword. Bai Xiao gazed at Yi Xian. Young Master Yi, you and your sword shocked me. Yi Xian smiled. Why? Bai Xiao spoke in a low voice. Even though you're the one who broke the circle now, your current strength is still insufficient to harm me under normal circumstances. Because I'm the one who drew the circle. So theoretically speaking, it's impossible for your sword to break through my laws. But not only did your sword break through my laws just now, it even injured me. As she spoke, she gazed at the green profound sword in Yi Xian's hand. It's your sword. Yi Xian smiled. Then I won't try using my sword. What do you think? Bai Xiao nodded. All right. With a thought from Yi Xian, the Qingxian sword vanished, and he took a step forward. With this step, a ray of sword light flashed across the battlefield. In the distance, Bai Xiao stretched out her right hand and suddenly clenched it. She actually grabbed Yi Xian's sword light. However, her expression changed in the next moment. Bang! The sword light shattered, and Bai Xiao retreated by over 1 kilometer. However, she hadn't even stopped when Yi Xian suddenly pressed his fingers together and slashed diagonally towards Bai Xiao from afar. Hiss! A strand of sword light slashed down from above Bai Xiao's head. It was so swift that it couldn't be seen with the naked eye. Bai Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly. She opened her palm and pressed it down lightly. In an instant, a mysterious barrier appeared around her. Bang! The space around Bai Xiao trembled slightly, and the strand of sword light vanished without a trace. However, Bai Xiao was completely fine. But right at this moment, strand after strand of sword light slashed down towards her like a storm. Sword energy like rain. Boom 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 boom. Rays of sword light shattered ceaselessly, and Bai Xiao retreated again and again. When the last ray of sword light shattered and was obliterated, Bai Xiao had already retreated an entire 30 kilometers away. As soon as she stopped, Yi Xian suddenly charged forward, and in the next moment, a sword slashed directly in front of Bai Xiao. Boom! Bai Xiao instantly retreated tens of thousands of feet, but Yi Xian was still unable to break her barrier. Yi Xian didn't attack again because he had already used all his strength in that strike. In the distance, Bai Xiao looked at Yi Xian with a trace of seriousness in the depths of her eyes. At this moment, she was extremely shocked. Even though Yi Xian wasn't able to break her barrier, Yi Xian was able to force her back a few 100,000 feet. Logically speaking, this was absolutely impossible. Yi Xian suddenly said, "Miss Bai Xiao, what defense is this?" Bai Xiao looked at Yi Xian. "It's my own Dao technique barrier, an exclusive special ability of the person who draws circles. This isn't something that can be broken by someone who draws circles because the Dao technique contained within it has far surpassed the space-time Dao." Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, "Can I try using the green profound sword?" Bai Xiao thought for a moment and nodded. "Sure." Yi Xian opened his palm, and the green profound sword appeared in his hand. In the next moment, the sword vanished. A sword suddenly slashed down in front of Bai Xiao. Boom! Space-time suddenly caved in front of Bai Xiao, and then a mysterious force suddenly shattered. Boom! Bai Xiao was directly forced back 30 kilometers. It was broken. In the distance, Yi Xian opened his palm, and the green profound sword returned to his hand. He looked at the distant Bai Xiao, and her expression was extremely solemn. "With this sword, you can already fight against the person who breaks the circle." At this moment, her heart was like a raging sea. Terrifying. That was how she felt at this moment. Even in the universe origin world, the most monstrous genius couldn't fight against the person who draws circles by breaking circles. But Yi Xian could. Of course, he had to include the sword in Yi Xian's hand. However, even without the sword, Yi Xian could actually fight against the person who draws circles, but he could only barely do so. But with the green profound sword, it would be completely different. With the green profound sword, Yi Xian had a chance to kill the person who breaks the circle. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly said, "Miss Bai Xiao, Heaven Vexation is a person who draws circles. Is she stronger than you?" Bai Xiao nodded. "Much stronger than me." Yi Xian was slightly curious. "Can you tell me in detail?" Bai Xiao smiled and said, "Be it breaking circles or drawing circles, they are divided into the inner circle and the outer circle. Heaven Vexation and I are both people who draw circles, but she is in the inner circle and I am in the outer circle. Apart from that, every person who draws circles has a different Dao. For example, some people who draw circles are swordsmen, and swordsmen's combat power is naturally stronger. In any case, there are many factors that determine a person's combat power." Yi Xian nodded. "I understand." With that said, he paused slightly and asked again, "Can I fight against Heaven Vexation now?" Bai Xiao hesitated and shook her head. "It's difficult." Yi Xian smiled. "It's all right. Take your time." Bai Xiao looked at Yi Xian. "Young Master Yi, do you want to go to the universe origin world?" Yi Xian frowned slightly. "The universe origin world?" Bai Xiao nodded. "It's a big stage, suitable for a super monster like you." Yi Xian smiled. "If I bring you to the universe origin world, Will heaven vexation stop us? Bai Xiao smirked. Definitely. Yi Xian smiled. If we join forces, can we fight against her? Bai Xiao still shook her head. No. That's because she's not the only person from the Heaven-Forsaken clan. She's undoubtedly the strongest in the Heaven-Forsaken clan, but the others aren't weak either, especially the Heaven-Forsaken battle god. His combat power is terrifying. Yi Xian was a little curious. The Heaven-Forsaken battle god? Bai Xiao nodded. A very powerful person. Back then, this person fought against 6 powerhouses from the Heaven-Forsaken clan alone and didn't lose. Yi Xian suddenly asked, "Can he beat my sister?" Bai Xiao's expression froze. She shook her head and smiled bitterly. "Young Master Yi, your question. Heaven Vexation doesn't even have the strength to fight back in front of your sister. Isn't this Heaven-Forsaken battle god just sending himself to death in front of your sister?" Yi Xian. Bai Xiao smiled. "Young Master Yi, are you interested in going to the universe origin world?" Yi Xian said. "Do you have a way to deal with that woman?" Bai Xiao looked at Yi Xian. "If young Master Yi wants to go, I'll think of a way to deal with that woman." Yi Xian suddenly smiled. "Miss Bai Xiao, you're the one who wants to return to the universe origin world, right?" Bai Xiao blinked. "Of course, it's on the way." Yi Xian laughed. "Miss Bai Xiao, you're really interesting. I've received benefits from you before. I feel that I shouldn't accept undeserved rewards. If Miss Bai Xiao needs my help, I'm willing to help. This woman was really bad. She was the one who wanted to go back." Bai Xiao smiled. "Then young Master Yi, please send me off." Yi Xian nodded. "All right." With that, the two left Xiaota. Bai Xiao looked up. She flicked her sleeves and a space-time tunnel appeared in the sky. Bai Xiao pointed at the space-time tunnel. "I can leave once I enter it," Yi Xian said solemnly. "Then why don't you open the space-time tunnel in front of you? Why do you have to go so far?" Bai Xiao roared with laughter. "Young Master Yi, what you're paying attention to is really interesting. Let me tell you, it's useless no matter where I open it because that woman will forcefully enter and stop me. I can only leave safely if someone stops her." Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, "I can only stop one circle drawing expert." Bai Xiao nodded. "That's enough." As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly shot into the sky. Right at this moment, a woman suddenly appeared before the space-time tunnel. It was Heaven Hateful. Heaven Hateful gazed at Bai Xiao. "You want to go back?" Bai Xiao smiled. "Yes." As she spoke, she gazed at Yi Xian. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly gazed at Heaven Hateful. "Let's fight again." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure shook and vanished on the spot. Hiss. A strand of sword light suddenly shot explosively into the sky. In the sky, Heaven Hateful's eyes narrowed slightly as she suddenly clamped down with the fingers of her right hand. Bang! The strand of sword light was instantly clamped down. But in the next moment, her pupils constricted, and she hurriedly let go of it and moved over 10 kilometers back. When she stopped moving, blood was slowly seeping out from between her fingers. Heaven Hateful's eyes narrowed slightly when she witnessed this scene, and then she looked up at Yi Xian. "Break the circle." Yi Xian didn't waste his breath. The green sword in his hand suddenly vanished on the spot. Heaven Hateful smashed her fist forward. Bang! The green sword was obstructed. Yi Xian was just about to attack again when Heaven Hateful suddenly stretched out her right hand and grabbed the hilt of the green sword. In an instant, she'd appeared in front of Yi Xian, and then she swung her sword down. It was extremely swift. However, Yi Xian actually didn't dodge at all, and he just allowed it to strike his head. Heaven Hateful's eyes narrowed slightly when the green sword came into contact with Yi Xian's head, and she was about to retreat, because she had a bad feeling. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly charged forward, and his right leg kicked towards Heaven Hateful's stomach. At practically the exact same moment, Heaven Hateful abandoned the green sword and swung her right fist forward. Bang! Bang! With two muffled sounds, Heaven Hater and Yi Xian were sent flying at the same time. Yi Xian was sent flying hundreds of thousands of feet away, while Heaven Hater was sent flying less than 3,000 feet back. Yi Xian's body had vanished when he stopped moving. That punch from before had shattered his body. Moreover, his knee hadn't been able to shatter Heaven Hateful's body. On the other side, Bai Xiao had stopped moving as well. A man with white hair stood before her, and he had his hands behind his back. An expert who drew circles. Both of them hadn't attacked. At this moment, there were over 10 extremely powerful auras around Bai Xiao, and 9 of them were the auras of the people who drew circles. Yi Xian had sensed this as well. Needless to say, he was shocked. There were actually over 10 experts who drew circles here. This Heaven-abandoned race was truly extraordinary. Most importantly, Heaven Hateful had suffered a great loss when he'd chosen to go head-on against Heaven Hateful. Heaven Hateful was stronger than him, so he would only suffer if he went head-on against Heaven Hateful. Heaven Hateful glanced coldly at Yi Xian. "You've surprised me quite a bit. I never expected that you would be able to break through the circle in such a short period of time. Moreover, your combat strength is so formidable." As she spoke, she turned to look at Bai Xiao. "Foolish woman. Do you think you can survive by relying on King Reliance? Even he has to rely on others, so how can you rely on him?" Bai Xiao glanced at Heaven Hateful. "The word between your brows is really pretty." Yi Xian was speechless. This woman. She intends to hold on to that for the rest of her life. Chapter 2014. Heaven Loathsome's face sank when she heard Bai Xiao's words. She glanced at the white-haired man in the distance. "Stop King Kaoshan." When she spoke up to hear, she paused for a moment and said, "Don't kill him." Then she turned and walked towards Bai Xiao. "Woman, I'll tear your mouth apart later." Bai Xiao smiled. "Bring it on." As soon as she finished speaking, her body suddenly became illusory. In the next moment, a tree actually appeared within her body. Heaven Loathsome narrowed her eyes. "Divine Wilderness Ancient Tree." Bai Xiao smiled. "Why would I be here if I didn't have some ability? Heaven Loathsome, I'll wait for you in Eternity Dimension." She looked at Yi Xian. "Young Master Yi, until we meet again." Then she turned and walked towards the space-time tunnel. Heaven Loathsome didn't stop her. Yi Xian glanced at Heaven Loathsome. He was curious. Why didn't this woman stop Bai Xiao? Was it because of the Divine Wilderness Ancient Tree? Bai Xiao vanished from the space-time tunnel completely. Heaven Loathsome turned to look at Yi Xian. She just stared at Yi Xian. Yi Xian turned and left. The white-haired man stood in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian suddenly turned and walked to Heaven Loathsome. He opened his arms. "Come kill me." Heaven Loathsome glared at Yi Xian. Yi Xian approached Heaven Loathsome and said seriously, "I'm begging for death." The white-haired man clenched his right fist and punched at Yi Xian. He had just come out of seclusion, so he didn't know what had happened. The white-haired man punched, but Yi Xian didn't dodge. If the punch landed, his soul would be destroyed. Just as the white-haired man's punch was about to land on Yi Xian's head, Heaven Loathsome flicked her sleeve. Boom. The white-haired man was sent flying thousands of feet away. The white-haired man looked at Heaven Loathsome in confusion. Heaven Loathsome didn't explain. She looked at Yi Xian and gave him a thumbs up. "You have guts." With that, she turned around and left. Yi Xian shrugged and turned to leave. After Yi Xian left, the white-haired man approached Heaven Loathsome and bowed slightly. "Ancient Flamen, why didn't you kill him?" Tian Yen was expressionless. "If I kill him, my heaven-forsaken tribe will be gone." The white-haired man was stunned. How could that be? Heaven Loathsome turned to look at the white-haired man. "Tian Ke, don't touch him." With that, she turned around and disappeared into the distance. Tian Ke fell silent. After returning to Daoling Palace, Yi Xian went straight to Xiaota. Yi Xian's expression was a little ugly. His body was gone. In the previous battle with Heaven Loathsome, he had been completely crushed in terms of battle awareness and power. The other party was willing to injure him in exchange for his life. It had to be said that there was still quite a gap between him and this heaven hatred. Unless he used the power of his bloodline and the Qingxian sword, he might not be able to truly fight it. However, this time's failure was also a great harvest. Every time he fought, he would gain something. Because every time he failed, he would be able to find out what he was lacking. Yi Xian began to repair his body. A day later, Yi Xian's body was repaired. He left Xiaota. As soon as he left Xiaota, Dao Ling appeared before him. Dao Ling's expression was extremely solemn. Something big is happening in the heavenly tomb. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Something big. Dao Ling nodded and pointed to the ground. Feel it. Yi Xian looked down at the ground. A moment later, he frowned again. He realized that the ground was shaking. Not just the ground, but the surrounding space was also trembling slightly. Dao Ling said in a low voice, I suspect that woman wants to destroy this alternate world. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian said, I'll go take a look. With that, he went straight to the heavenly tomb. At that moment, the entire Heaven-Forsaken clan was gathered in front of the sacrificial altar. Heaven Hatred stood on the sacrificial altar, her hands forming a strange hand seal as she muttered something. Yi Xian's arrival also attracted the attention of the Heaven-Forsaken clan's experts. When they saw Yi Xian, the Heaven-Forsaken clan's experts all had complicated expressions. King Kaoshan was here again. They naturally wanted nothing more than to eat Yi Xian's flesh and drink his blood. However, they did not dare to attack Yi Xian. The woman in the plain dress was the nightmare of the Heaven-Forsaken clan. On that day, as long as Yi Xian nodded, the sword would fall, and the once glorious and invincible Heaven-Forsaken clan would completely disappear. At that moment, Heaven Hatred opened her eyes on the sacrificial altar. She looked at Yi Xian without saying anything. Yi Xian stared at Heaven Hatred. What do you want? Heaven Hatred was expressionless. What does it have to do with you? Yi Xian smiled. If you want to destroy this banished lands, then I have to remind you that this place is related to Qing. If you destroy this place, I cannot guarantee that she will not appear. Heaven Hatred stared fixedly at Yi Xian. Do you only know how to use her to threaten me? Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, Then can you give me some face and not destroy this place? Heaven Hatred looked at Yi Xian. Do you think that you have enough face? Yi Xian shrugged. Then destroy it. Once you are destroyed, Qing will definitely appear. Do you want to take a gamble? Use the lives of your entire clan to do so. If she appears, then I will definitely nod this time. Nod. Heaven Hatred's expression suddenly turned ugly. It should be said that it was slightly ferocious. At that time, the woman in a plain dress had asked Yi Xian if he wanted to destroy the Forsaken clan. If he had nodded, then the Forsaken clan would have vanished from this world. To the Forsaken clan, this was simply an extraordinary humiliation. Heaven Hatred stared fixedly at Yi Xian, and the killing intent in his eyes wasn't concealed at all. Yi Xian smiled. Miss Heaven Hatred, are you trying to kill me? Heaven Hatred ridiculed. How could I dare? King Kaoshan. Yi Xian glanced at the members of the Forsaken clan. They were all looking at Yi Xian with undisguised killing intent in their eyes. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed when he saw this. At this moment, he suddenly realized that not interfering in the Forsaken clan's affairs seemed to be a mistake. Suddenly, a woman from the Forsaken clan walked forward. She looked 60 to 70% similar to Heaven Hatred. She walked over to Yi Xian and grinned. Young Master Yi, the Forsaken clan will not destroy this abandoned land. Yi Xian looked at the woman. You are. The woman smiled. Heaven Hatred is my older sister. I'm Fekta. As she spoke, she walked over to Heaven Hatred's side, took his hand and said, Young Master Yi, there was no enmity between us. The reason it has come to this is actually a misunderstanding. Now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, we shouldn't continue being enemies. Young Master Yi doesn't want this world to vanish, and the Forsaken clan is willing to give Young Master Yi face. We will absolutely not destroy this world, nor will we be hostile towards Young Master Yi. Young Master Yi can rest assured about this. Yi Xian smiled. You seem to be different from your sister. Fekta grinned. My sister is more impatient. Yi Xian glanced at the silent Heaven Hatred, then turned and left. No one stopped Yi Xian. Soon, Yi Xian disappeared into the horizon. After Yi Xian left, everyone looked at Fekta. Some of the Forsaken clan members were displeased. They were very unhappy that Fekta had shown weakness to Yi Xian just now. Fekta said softly, Up until now he hasn't wanted to get involved in the matters between us and the Divine Wilderness race, while we, the Forsaken clan, are constantly hostile towards him. I would like to ask my clansman, if he really joins forces with the divine wilderness race to deal with us, what should we do? As she said this, she suddenly roared. What should we do? This roar was completely different from its previous gentleness. What should we do? This roar was like a thunderclap. Fekta looked coldly at the Forsaken clan experts around her. Look at him. Your eyes are filled with killing intent. Let me ask you, he is lying here. Do you dare to kill him? Do you? Everyone was silent. Fekta continued. Up until now, we are not willing to admit a fact. Or rather, we are all avoiding this fact. What is the truth? That is, the Forsaken clan is no match for her. Our entire Forsaken clan is nothing more than a sword strike in front of the plain-dressed woman. If that's the case, what right do we have to be enemies with Yi Xian? Everyone's expressions turned ugly, including Heaven Hatred's. Fekta shook her head slightly. We can't beat the plain-dressed woman, but we are constantly making enemies with Yi Xian. I really don't understand why we are doing this. Is it because of our Forsaken clan's arrogance? But does our Forsaken clan have the right to be arrogant in front of the plain-dressed woman? The strongest person in the history of the universe Yuan world is just a circle-drawing person. What about the plain-dressed woman? Her strength is at least above that circle-drawing person. As she said this, she looked at the crowd again. Forgive me for speaking bluntly, but our Forsaken clan is like an ant in front of that woman. If she hadn't wanted to train Yi Xian, our Forsaken clan would have been destroyed. There was a deathly silence. At this moment, Fekta looked at Heaven Hatred. Sister, I know you can't accept this and you dislike Yi Xian even more. However, you have to understand that we really can't offend him. Once he joins the divine wilderness race, we will be in a very passive position. Don't provoke this fellow again. Heaven Hatred slowly closed her eyes. Actually, how could she not know what Fekta had said? However, she really disliked Yi Xian. An ant had provoked her time and again. What right did he have to provoke her? What right did he have to provoke her? The plain-dressed woman. Heaven Hatred suddenly opened her eyes. Fekta, you are right. As she spoke, she looked at the space-time tunnel in the sky. She opened her palm, and behind her, the altar suddenly trembled violently. In the next moment, the altar suddenly erupted with an extremely terrifying black pillar of light that shot into the sky. This black pillar of light directly entered the space-time tunnel. Heaven Hatred's eyes flashed with hostility. Let's go. As soon as she said this, she turned into a stream of light and entered the space-time tunnel through the black pillar of light. Behind her were countless Forsaken clan experts. The entire clan had left. As for the altar, it was continuously absorbing the spirit energy of the entire heavenly tomb. However, it did not absorb the spirit energy outside the heavenly tomb, because if it absorbed the spirit energy from the heavenly tomb, the entire world would be gone. Soon, all the Forsaken clan experts had disappeared. The alternate world returned to peace. In Daoling Palace, Yi Xian looked in the direction of the heavenly tomb. He knew that a huge battle was about to begin. At this moment, a woman suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian was stunned when he saw the woman. The person who had come was Yi Ling. When he saw Yi Ling, Yi Xian was completely dumbfounded. This was because Yi Ling was only left with a spirit body. What had happened? It's too difficult to save a manuscript. Chapter 2015. The moment he saw Yi Ling, Yi Xian's expression changed. Yi Ling's soul was all that was left. After all, Yi Ling was Sister Nian's follower. Did something happen to Sister Nian? At this moment, Yi Ling said in a trembling voice, "Brother, something happened." Something happened. Hearing this, Yi Xian's heart sank, and he quickly said, "Don't panic, tell me slowly." But Yi Ling grabbed Yi Xian's hand. "Go save Sister and then Sister Wenxiao." After saying this, she turned around and left with Yi Xian. Yi Xian quickly opened his palm, and the green profound sword entered Yi Ling's body, and began to nourish Yi Ling's soul. On the way, Yi Xian said, "Linga, what happened? Where's Sister Nian? Don't tell me something happened to Sister Nian." In his heart, as long as Qing, and the others did not make a move, Sister Nian was invincible. Yi Ling wanted to say something but stopped. Yi Xian did not frown. What happened? Yi Ling said softly. Sister Nian disappeared. Yi Xian said. What do you mean? Yi Ling shook her head. I don't know either. After Sister Nian brought us to the universe realm, she discovered something and said she was going out. But she never returned. Universe realm. Yi Xian frowned again. He did not expect Sister Nian and the others to go to the universe realm. Yi Ling continued. After Sister Nian left, we searched everywhere for her. Then we met the Ancient Star Clan. The Ancient Star Clan's young clan leader wanted to pursue Sister An, but she rejected him. So he kept looking for trouble with us. Hearing this, Yi Xian's face instantly turned gloomy. At this time Yi Ling said, during a conflict, Sister An and Sister Wen Xiao stopped them and let me go first. As she spoke, she looked at Yi Xian and said, they outnumber us, and Sister Nian isn't here. We're no match for them. Are Wen Xiao and Xiaoan all right? Yi Xian asked. Yi Ling shook his head. I don't know. As she spoke, she hurriedly said, we have to hurry over. Yi Xian suddenly passed the green profound sword to Yi Ling. Recall the universe origin realm in your mind. Yi Ling was a little confused, but he still did as he was told. The green profound sword in Yi Ling's hand started to vibrate. Moments later, Yi Xian opened his palm, and the green profound sword returned to his hand. He looked at Yi Ling and said, report to Xiao Ta. As soon as he finished speaking, he directly stored Yi Ling into Xiao Ta's body. Yi Xian held the green profound sword and slowly closed his eyes. The next moment, the space-time in front of him suddenly tore apart. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian had already transformed into a sword beam and disappeared. His target was the universe origin realm. Yi Xian used the green profound sword to tear apart space-time. Fortunately, he was strong now. Otherwise, he would not have been able to withstand such a tearing, because it was too far. Along the way, Yi Xian's face was terrifyingly gloomy and his eyes were suffused with a faint blood-red color. Universe Origin Realm. The current Universe Origin Realm was unusually united because of the appearance of the heaven-forsaken race. The major forces of the Universe Origin Realm naturally would not forget the heaven-forsaken race. Back then, almost all the forces of the Universe Origin Realm had joined forces to chase this terrifying race out of the Universe Origin Realm. They were chased out, not exterminated. Back then, even if all the races joined forces, they could not destroy the heaven-forsaken race. In the Universe Origin Realm, there were 6 super races. They were the Divine Wilderness race, the Li race, the Heavenly Abyss race, the Meng race, the Ancient Star race, and the Shi race. Although there were many races in the Universe Origin Realm, these 6 races were the strongest and also the leaders. Now, with the appearance of the heaven-forsaken race, the leaders of the 6 races, who had been fighting amongst themselves, had once again gathered together and signed an alliance. Under the leadership of the 6 races, the other races also grouped together and followed suit. The current Universe Origin Realm was as united as it had been in the past. In an unknown mountain range. Bang! With a muffled sound, a woman frantically retreated. As she retreated, the space-time behind her directly shattered and was annihilated. The woman was Enlanxiao. Beside Enlanxiao was Zhang Wenxiao. Opposite the 2 women stood 3 men and a woman. The man in the lead was the young clan leader of the Ancient Star race, Gu Nan. The 2 men beside him were the young clan leader of the Divine Wilderness race, Xin Qing, and the young clan leader of the Shi race, Shi Tian. The woman was the young mistress of the Li clan, Li Xin. Behind the 4 of them, there were 16 super experts. Of these 16 people, 15 were circle breakers. The black-robed old man leading them was the circle drawer. He was the one who had repelled Enlanxiao. At this moment, Gunan looked at Enlanxiao and smiled. Missin, you are the first woman to reject me. But the more you reject me, the more interested I am in you. Do you know why? Because I like the feeling of conquest. On the side, the Divine Wilderness race's Shen Qing smiled. Brother Gunan, I have to say that you have good taste. This woman is indeed interesting. However, this woman was able to resist the circle drawer with the strength of a circle breaker. I think her identity is not simple. The circle drawing old man also said, Young clan leader, this woman is indeed extraordinary. If you forcefully capture her, I'm afraid you will provoke some trouble. Gunan smiled. In the universe origin realm, there is no one that our 6 great clans cannot afford to offend. But outside the universe origin realm, as he said this, the corners of his mouth curled up. Outside the universe origin realm, the forces of the lower worlds are not even comparable to ants in front of our 6 great clans. Arrogant? No one felt that Gunan was arrogant. The universe origin realm was currently known as the center of the universe. In this place, the martial arts civilization was currently the highest known. Outside the universe origin realm, the other worlds were equivalent to barbarians in the eyes of the 6 great clans. Gunan looked at Enlancio again and said with a smile, "If you were to marry me with your talent and the resources of my Gu family, it would not be impossible for you to become a circle breaker." In the distance, Enlancio ignored Gunan. She looked at the circle-breaking old man and said, "Again." As her voice faded, she suddenly vanished on the spot. A spear pierced towards the old man like a bolt of lightning. The old man frowned and raised his arm to block it. Boom! With a muffled sound, the old man retreated nearly 100 feet. Gunan and the others furrowed their brows when they saw this. They were also circle breakers, but they absolutely could not take 3 moves from the old man. However, Enlancio was actually able to force the old man back. This was truly heaven-defying. The old man glanced at Enlancio, and there was a trace of seriousness in his eyes. She's a monster indeed. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged forward and punched at Enlancio. In the distance, Enlancio's expression was calm as she stabbed her spear forward, and a cold light appeared on the tip of her spear. Countless forces converged at this point. Rumble. Along with an explosion, an expanse of spear light erupted like a volcano. Enlancio and the old man retreated repeatedly at the same time, and Enlancio retreated into a space-time abyss. On the other hand, the old man retreated by almost 3 kilometers. The faces of Gunan and the others sank when they saw this scene, and their expressions grew even more serious. The old man stared fixedly at Enlancio while a trace of seriousness flickered in the depths of his eyes. Too monstrous. That was what he felt at this moment. If this woman became a circle breaker, then there would probably be no one in the same realm of cultivation who could be a match for her. Moreover, even the most monstrous circle breaker in the universe origin realm was probably inferior to this woman. In the distance, Enlancio slowly closed her eyes while the spear in her hand trembled violently. Meanwhile, Gunan suddenly said, "Third uncle, can you capture her?" The old man glanced at Gunan and spoke in a low voice. "This woman isn't simple. You might not be able to subdue her." Gunan roared with laughter. "Third uncle, are you joking? She's just a woman. Do you think I can't subdue her?" The old man frowned. "Isn't this nephew of mine a little too conceited?" Gunan continued, "Third uncle, remember not to kill her. I'll definitely make her mine." As he spoke, his eyes flickered with a trace of excitement as he gazed at Enlancio. "Only subduing such a woman would give me a sense of accomplishment." The old man glanced at Gunan, and then he turned to look at Enlancio. "Come, let me see how monstrous you are." As soon as he finished speaking, he was just about to attack when Enlancio suddenly vanished on the spot. The old man's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he charged forward and tapped his finger forward. A head-on collision. Spear arrived. Bang. Enlancio's spear was stopped by this finger. But in the next moment, Enlancio let go of the spear in her right hand, and then she seized the opportunity to charge forward and strike her knee towards the old man's stomach. The old man's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he swiftly pressed his left hand down. Bang! Along with a muffled bang, the old man was blasted back repeatedly. Meanwhile, Enlancio suddenly grabbed the spear with her right hand, and then her figure leaped up and stabbed her spear towards the old man's head. Space was torn apart. The old man swiftly raised his head, and then he suddenly twisted his right hand. In an instant, the space in front of him had transformed into a pitch-black vortex. When Enlancio's spear stabbed into the black vortex, a strand of terrifying force suddenly erupted from within it, and Enlancio's spear was instantly swallowed by the black vortex. and Lancio's pupils constricted slightly. Her figure shook as she flashed backwards, and she retreated 3 kilometers away. However, she just stopped when an afterimage suddenly appeared behind her. And Lancio's expression changed drastically, and she swiftly turned around and raised her arms horizontally. Bang! And Lancio was blasted over 10 kilometers away by a powerful force, and her body was blasted into pieces as soon as she stopped moving. Moreover, a middle-aged man was standing not too far away from her. 2 circle drawers. Zhang Wenxiu hurriedly appeared by Lancio's side, and she spoke in a low voice. Are you all right? At this moment, Lancio's soul was slightly ethereal, and it was very weak. She could still deal with 1 circle drawing person, but she couldn't do anything to 2 of them. Meanwhile, Gunan suddenly smiled and said, Miss, and why act like this? And Lancio directly disregarded Gunan, and she gazed at the middle-aged man while she slowly clenched her right fist. Gunan's eyes narrowed slightly when he saw Lancio disregard him again. You like to act cold and aloof, right? Wait. Wait for what? Right at this moment, a ferocious voice suddenly resounded. The expressions of the old man and middle-aged man instantly changed drastically, and then they swiftly gazed at Gunan. Meanwhile, a young man had suddenly appeared in front of Gunan, and Gunan hadn't even reacted when a sword was pressed against the center of his forehead. It was exactly Yi Xian. The old man's eyes narrowed slightly when he saw Yi Xian instantly restrain Gunan. Don't touch him. Gunan gazed at Yi Xian and said, Who are you? Yi Xian grinned and revealed an extremely ferocious smile. You set your sights on my woman and even destroyed my younger sister's body. Did Tianyi give you the gall? As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly stabbed his sword into Gunan's crotch. Chapter 2016. H. A shrill and miserable cry suddenly resounded. Even though Gunan was a circle breaker as well, that was the weakest part of a man. So, even he wasn't able to endure such intense physical pain. Of course, there was also the psychological humiliation. The old man's eyes narrowed slightly when he saw Yi Xian attack, and he was about to attack. However, Yi Xian suddenly stabbed his sword into Gunan's throat. A strand of blood sprayed violently. The old man stared fixedly at Yi Xian. My ancient star race will definitely annihilate 10 of your clans if you kill him. Yi Xian turned around to glance at the old man, and then he suddenly twisted his right hand. Gunan's head flew into the air, and his soul was instantly absorbed by the green profound sword. Both his soul and soul were obliterated. The expressions of Shen Qing and the others from the Divine Wilderness clan had become solemn when they witnessed this scene. This fellow really killed Gunan. Moreover, he'd annihilated Gunan by force. Most importantly, Gunan, who was a circle breaker, hadn't even been able to fight back against this man. The expressions of the old man and middle-aged man instantly became ferocious when they saw Yi Xian annihilate Gunan. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly vanished on the spot. The old man spoke fiercely. You're courting death. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly charged forward, and a black vortex instantly enveloped Yi Xian. A moment of silence ensued. A sword howl suddenly resounded from within the black vortex. In the next moment, an expanse of blood-red light suddenly erupted from within the black vortex. Rumble. The black vortex was obliterated in an instant. At the same time, a figure retreated repeatedly. That figure was the old man. When the old man stopped moving, his body had been completely shattered, and only his soul remained. The expressions of everyone here changed when they witnessed this scene. This young man is a circle breaker? The old man gazed at Yi Xian with a dazed expression. You. Before he could finish speaking, Yi Xian suddenly disappeared from where he was. In the next moment, a blood sword appeared in front of him. The old man's expression changed drastically. He stretched his right hand forward, and then he suddenly made a grabbing motion. For a time, a powerful strand of soul energy surged out from the center of his palm. The sword arrived. Under everyone's astonished gazes, the sword directly pierced through the old man's palm. In the next moment, Yi Xian had already appeared behind the old man, and his azure profound sword had already pierced through the old man's chest. Everyone was shocked. The elder's eyes widened in disbelief. He didn't expect that he would actually be killed by someone with 2 swords. In the distance, the middle-aged man's eyes were filled with disbelief. He had to admit that he was panicking. He was at the same level as the old man, but the old man had been killed by 2 swords. 2 sword strikes. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly opened his right hand, and the azure profound sword shook violently. In the next moment, the old man's soul was completely absorbed by the azure profound sword. Even though the old man was a circle breaker as well, he was an outsider. Moreover, unlike an outsider like Bai Xiao, the old man's strength was clearly much weaker than Bai Xiao. At this moment, Yi Xian had activated his bloodline energy, and coupled with the fact that the old man had been slightly careless when facing Yi Xian was able to kill the old man with 2 swords. It could be said that only an expert from the inner circle like Heavenly Loathsome could firmly suppress him. Yi Xian turned to look at the middle-aged man, and the middle-aged man stared fixedly at Yi Xian. "Who are you?" "You." He hadn't even finished speaking when Yi Xian suddenly appeared in front of him and slashed down with his sword. Life and death were decided by drawing the sword. This strike contained at least a few tens of thousands of overlapped swords. A few tens of thousands of swords. The middle-aged man's pupils constricted when he saw Yi Xian's sword slash down. He opened his right hand, and a huge black shield appeared in his hand. In the next moment, he raised the shield to block the attack. Bang! Everyone watched as the huge shield shook violently. In the next moment, the shield exploded, and the middle-aged man was instantly blasted thousands of meters away. As soon as he stopped, a shadow flashed by. In the next moment, the middle-aged man's eyes opened wide, and they were filled with disbelief. At this moment, Yi Xian was already behind him, and Yi Xian's sword was already at the center of the middle-aged man's forehead. Another instant kill. At the sight of this, the surroundings were so silent that even a falling needle could be heard. This young man killed 2 circle breakers in such a short period of time? When did this circle breaker become so weak? The middle-aged man looked into the distance and was about to speak. At this moment, Yi Xian opened his palm, and the azure profound sword shook violently and absorbed the middle-aged man's soul completely. In the distance, the experts from the ancient Star clan were filled with shock. At this moment, they were terrified. As for Shi Tian, Shen Qing, and Li Sun, they had solemn expressions on their faces as well. Or it should be said that they were slightly panicked. Who exactly is this young man? Meanwhile, one of the experts from the ancient Star clan intended to flee, but he just intended to flee when a ray of light pierced the center of his forehead. Yi Xian gazed at the expert who intended to flee. "Did I say you could leave?" As soon as he finished speaking, the azure profound sword absorbed the expert's soul, and then everything about him was eliminated. He'd completely vanished from this world. The expressions of Shen Qing and the others changed when they witnessed this scene. Yi Xian didn't attack again. He walked slowly over to Enlanxiu and Zhang Wenxiu, and he gazed at them as he spoke in a hoarse voice. "Are you all right?" Actually, the energy of his bloodline had a huge effect on him. Even though he was conscious, he seemed like he was drunk. He was conscious, but he wasn't rational right now. Enlanxiu shook her head slightly. "I'm fine." Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. He knew that if he'd been late, then Enlanxiu and Zhang Wenxiu might not be around anymore. When he thought of this, Yi Xian's expression suddenly became ferocious. He suddenly turned around, and the head of an expert from the ancient Star clan flew into the air. The expressions of Shen Qing and the others changed drastically. Shen Qing, who was in the lead, hurriedly said, "Sir, I'm from the Divine Wilderness race." The Divine Wilderness race. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. "Bai Xiao." Shen Qing was slightly stunned, and then he said, "You know the Patriarch?" The Divine Wilderness race. Yi Xian's expression became even more ferocious. Right at this moment, an extremely powerful aura suddenly swept over from the distant horizon. Shen Qing and the others instantly heaved sighs of relief when they witnessed this scene. The real big shots have finally arrived. At this moment an old man appeared. It was the ancient Star clan's patriarch, Gu Sun, and he was also a circle drawer. Gu Sun glanced at the battlefield, and then he suddenly turned to look at Yi Xian. You killed my son. Yi Xian grinned. Not only did I kill your son, I'm going to annihilate your entire clan. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly charged forward and slashed down with his sword. A vicious look flashed in Gu Sen's eyes. You. As he spoke, he suddenly charged forward and punched out. A reddish gold fist beam swept out from his fist. Rumble. The sword beam and fist beam shattered, and the two of them retreated at the same time. As for Yi Xian, the green profound sword in his hand suddenly vanished while he was retreating. In the distance, Gu Sen's eyes narrowed slightly. He suddenly pressed his hands together and roared furiously. Great overarching heavenly hand. As soon as he finished speaking, his right hand suddenly pressed forward and slapped down. As the space-time in front of him split apart. In the next moment, an enormous hand stretched out from the dark space-time and slapped down. Bang! Yi Xian's green profound sword was slapped flying. At the same time, Gu Sen suddenly waved his right hand in Yi Xian's direction. Destroy! As soon as he finished speaking, the enormous hand suddenly slapped down towards Yi Xian. Everywhere it passed, space was directly shattered and obliterated. It was an extremely terrifying sight. Yi Xian issued a command in his heart, and then the green profound sword transformed into a blood-red shield that stood in front of him. Bang! The enormous hand slapped the blood-red shield, causing it to tremble violently while countless strands of space in the surroundings were shattered into pieces. However, the blood-red shield was completely unharmed. The blood-red shield had forcefully blocked all the force of the attack. Gu Sen's eyes narrowed slightly when he witnessed this scene, and he was slightly shocked in his heart. He hadn't expected that the sword shield formed from Yi Xian's sword would actually be so strong that it was able to block his attack. Meanwhile, the sword shield suddenly transformed into a sword, and then it transformed into a ray of light that slashed down towards Gu Senador. A wisp of a cold glow flashed through Gu Sen's eyes as he pressed his fingers together and pointed forward. Bang! His fingers struck the green profound sword, and his expression instantly changed drastically when his finger came into contact with the sword. He wanted to stop, but it was too late. Hiss! Everyone watched as two of his fingers were sliced off, and then the sword pierced straight towards the center of his forehead. However, a vine suddenly coiled around the green profound sword at the critical moment. The vine didn't coiled around the green profound sword for too long, and it immediately retreated after obstructing the green profound sword for a moment. Meanwhile, Gu Sen had retreated over 1 kilometer away, and he'd pulled apart the distance between him and Yi Xian. Yi Xian turned around and saw a woman walking over slowly from afar. It was Bai Xiao. A middle-aged man and old man were by Bai Xiao's side. The middle-aged man was the Shi clan's patriarch, Shi Bian, and the Li clan's patriarch, Li Qiu. Bai Xiao gazed at Yi Xian with a complicated expression. Young Master Yi. When they heard Bai Xiao, all the others in the surroundings gazed at her. Does she know this man? Yi Xian opened his palm, and then the green profound sword appeared in his grasp. Meanwhile, Gu Sen walked over to Yi Xian and Bai Xiao's side, and he said in a low voice, Patriarch Bai Xiao, who is he? Bai Xiao glanced at Yi Xian and said, Young Master Yi. Young Master Yi. All of them were stunned when they heard this. Gu Sen was stunned, and he intended to say something. Meanwhile, Bai Xiao suddenly walked over to Yi Xian and smiled bitterly. Young Master Yi, why didn't you notify me that you were coming here? I'd intended to send someone to get you. But you. Yi Xian suddenly said, Miss Bai Xiao, let's catch up in the future. Bai Xiao's face froze, and then she turned around to gaze at Shen Qing. What exactly happened? Shen Qing hesitated for a moment, and then he didn't dare conceal anything and told her everything. Bai Xiao's face fell once Shen Qing finished speaking. A short while passed before she gazed at Yi Xian. Young Master Yi, this is a misunderstanding. Yi Xian suddenly appeared in front of Shen Qing, and a sword was pressed against his throat before the latter could even react. Gu Sen and the others instantly frowned when they witnessed this scene. Yi Xian gazed at Bai Xiao and said, A misunderstanding? Miss Bai Xiao, your clansmen shattered my younger sister's body and bullied my woman. Yet you're actually telling me that it's a misunderstanding? Bai Xiao's expression was unsightly. Young Master Yi, this really is a misunderstanding. I'll give young Master Yi an explanation. Please give me some face, young master Yi. Yi Xian suddenly exerted force with his right hand. Hiss. The green profound sword pierced Shen Qing's throat, and then a strand of blood sprayed from his throat. The expressions of everyone here changed drastically. He's not giving Bai Xiao any face at all? Bai Xiao hadn't expected Yi Xian to do this, and her face was filled with astonishment. Yi Xian looked at Bai Xiao and grinned. Miss Bai Xiao, I'm sorry. This is a misunderstanding. My hand just trembled for a moment. Miss Bai Xiao, can you give me some face and let this matter go? Bai Xiao was speechless. Chapter 2017. Seeing Yi Xian's reaction, Bai Xiao's expression became extremely ugly. Angry? Of course. Because Yi Xian was too ruthless. He did not give them any face at all. However, she was even more shocked. She did not expect Yi Xian to be so angry. He had completely changed his previous easygoing image. At this moment, Gu Sun, who was beside Bai Xiao, suddenly said fiercely, "Arrogant." As he spoke, he suddenly punched out. Boom. A fist mark went straight for Yi Xian. The powerful power contained in the fist mark directly ignited space-time and turned it into ashes. In the distance, Yi Xian suddenly drew his sword and slashed down. Boom. A wave of sword light slashed onto the fist mark. The fist mark trembled violently before it split apart, and Yi Xian retreated nearly 300 meters away. Gu Sun wanted to make another move, but Bai Xiao stopped him. Gu Sun looked at Bai Xiao. Patriarch Bai Xiao, what do you mean? Bai Xiao sighed softly. Gu Sun and the others still did not know about the alternate world. In other words, no one in the universe Yuan realm knew about Yi Xian's identity other than her. She knew that she absolutely could not touch Yi Xian. Otherwise, something big would happen. Bai Xiao looked at Yi Xian. Young Master Yi, can we let this matter go? Let it go? Gu Sun glanced coldly at Bai Xiao. Patriarch Bai Xiao, are you joking? This person has killed several members of the ancient star race, and even threatened to destroy the ancient star race. How can you let this matter go? Furthermore, this person just killed Shen Qing in front of you. And Shen Qing is the young patriarch of your divine desolate race. Is Jade Firmament Patriarch going to let it go? Everyone looked at Bai Xiao. On the side, the patriarch of the stone race, Shi Bian, said in a deep voice, Patriarch Bai Xiao, who is this person? No one was stupid. They naturally knew that Yi Xian was not simple. After all, Yi Xian was only a circle breaker, but this circle breaker could actually kill the circle drawer. Not only that, but he was also able to fight evenly with Gu Senator. This was definitely not something an ordinary person could do. Bai Xiao glanced at Yi Xian with a complicated expression, and she was just about to speak when Gu Sun suddenly spoke ferociously. Old man. No matter who he is, he must die today. As soon as he finished speaking, he directly ignored Bai Xiao and charged forward, throwing another punch at Yi Xian. Chi. This punch actually tore apart the space in front of Yi Xian. In the distance, Yi Xian suddenly closed his eyes slowly. In the next moment, the green profound sword turned into a sword gleam and disappeared into his glabella. One with the sword. The union of man and sword wasn't the union of man and sword from before. After all, his current realm was completely different from before. The moment the Qingxian sword entered Yi Xian's body, boom. A powerful aura suddenly erupted from Yi Xian's body. At this moment, Yi Xian opened his eyes and slashed down with his sword. Bang! The fist was directly slashed into pieces by Yi Xian's sword strike. In the next moment, Yi Xian suddenly vanished on the spot. Gu Sen's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he pressed his right hand down and suddenly raised it up. Overarching heavenly palm. As soon as he finished speaking, the space in front of him suddenly split apart, and then an enormous hand stretched out from within and slapped down. Bang! An expanse of sword gleam shattered while Yi Xian was blasted over 1 kilometer back. But in the next moment, the green profound sword in his hand suddenly vanished. Hiss! The enormous hand was directly torn apart by a ray of sword gleam, and then the sword slashed straight at Gu Sun. Gu Sun's pupils constricted abruptly, and then he suddenly pressed his hands together. As soon as he did so, a mysterious and enormous shield made of talismans suddenly appeared in front of him, and countless rays of light coiled around it. The sword arrived. Bang! The mysterious and enormous shield exploded into pieces. Gu Sen's pupils suddenly constricted. At this moment he was panicking. He never expected Yi Xian's sword to be so strong. At this critical moment, a tree vine once again wrapped around Yi Xian's green profound sword. Bai Xiao had attacked. The tree vine immediately retreated after blocking the green profound sword. And at this moment, Gu Sen had already retreated thousands of feet away. Yi Xian turned to look at Bai Xiao, who said in a deep voice, "Yi." Before she finished speaking, a sword slashed straight at her. Bai Xiao's expression changed slightly. She spread out her right hand, and a tree shield appeared in front of her. Bang! The green profound sword stabbed at the tree shield, causing it to tremble slightly. In the next moment, the tree shield split apart and shattered, allowing the sword to pierce straight through. Bai Xiao's expression changed drastically. With a light tap of her feet, she retreated thousands of feet, dodging Yi Xian's sword. When they saw this scene, the expressions of Shi Bian and the others by the side became solemn. This youth's sword could actually break the Divine Wilderness ancient tree, which was a supreme treasure of the Divine Wilderness race. What sort of sword was that? After she stopped, Bai Xiao hurriedly looked at Yi Xian. "Young Master Yi, this is a misunderstanding. We will give young Master Yi." Before she could finish speaking, another sword slashed over. Bai Xiao's expression changed drastically. She charged forward and pointed a finger forward. A drop of green light appeared on the tip of her finger. The Divine Wilderness ancient tree's divine energy. She had no choice but to use her full strength when facing Yi Xian's green profound sword. When her finger touched the green profound sword, the powerful force caused the sword to tremble violently. After that, Yi Xian retreated thousands of feet with his sword. However, Bai Xiao's finger shattered as well. Yi Xian's strength was inferior to hers, but his sword could break through her divine energy. After Yi Xian was pushed back, Gu Sen said in a low voice, "Everyone, this kid can't be allowed to live. If we allow him to join the Heaven-Forsaken clan." The expressions of Shi Bian and the others turned gloomy when they heard this. The formidable combat strength that Yi Xian had revealed was enough to make them feel fearful. If Yi Xian joined the Heaven-Forsaken clan, then it would be extremely disadvantageous to them. Killing intent appeared in their eyes when they thought up to this point. "Haha!" Suddenly, a roar of laughter resounded from afar. Bai Xiao's expression instantly turned solemn when she heard this laughter. She turned around and saw that space-time had torn apart nearby, and a woman had walked out. It was the patriarch of the Heaven-Forsaken clan, Tian Yan. Actually, she'd been here for quite some time, but she hadn't come out. Everyone's expressions changed when they saw Tian Yan, the ancient priest of the Heaven-Forsaken clan. She was the #1 expert of the Eternal Origin world all those years ago. The experts of the Heaven-Forsaken clan hadn't entered the Eternal Origin world, because the Eternal Origin world had set up countless formations and armies at the entrance of the space-time passageway. If the Heaven-Forsaken clan wanted to enter, then they had to deal with these people first. Heaven Hatred had relied on his own power to tear through the space-time barrier and enter. However, in the entire Tian Forsaken tribe, only she had this kind of power. And the reason why Yi Xian was able to force his way in was naturally because of the green profound sword. Heaven's Loathsome still needed to tear it apart by force, but he didn't need to. The green Xian sword could ignore any existence of space-time. All of them seemed as if they were facing a formidable enemy as soon as Heaven Hatred appeared. Even Bai Xiao's expression changed. It became incomparably solemn. Tian Forsaken tribe. Back then, this race was an invincible existence in the universe origin realm. They were the nightmare of countless families and forces. Heaven's Loathsome ignored Bai Xiao and the others. She glanced at Yi Xian, the corners of her mouth curling up. At this moment, she suddenly found King Kaoshan pleasing to the eye. Seeming to have thought of something, Heaven's Malice suddenly turned to look at Bai Xiao and said with a smile, "Bai Xiao, how interesting. Previously, you mocked me for being enemies with King Kaoshan, but I never thought that you would also be enemies with him now. Tendo is really a good reincarnation. You must be feeling a pain in the ass right now, right? Huh? What did it feel like to be enemies with King Kaoshan? I can't fight him. I can't scold him. To put it simply, it was the kind of person that made you very unhappy with him, but you couldn't do anything about it. It had to be said that Heaven's Malice was indeed very happy at this moment. She was too happy. Previously, when she was enemies with Yi Xian, she was almost angered to death by King Kaoshan. King Kaoshan was simply not human. Now, when she saw Bai Xiao and King Kaoshan in conflict, she could not be happier. It was really too comfortable. Bai Xiao glanced coldly at Heaven's Malice. Heaven's Malice, there's only a misunderstanding between us and young Master Yi. Misunderstanding. Heaven's Malice's lips curled into a disdainful smile. Bai Xiao, at first, I thought that you were a woman with some intelligence, but I didn't expect you to be so stupid. Not only did you disciples of large families want to snatch King Kaoshan's woman, but you even destroyed his sister's body. But you say it's just a misunderstanding. Do you think that King Kaoshan is a kind man? Hearing this, Bai Xiao's expression became extremely ugly. As if she had thought of something, she glanced coldly at the young clan leader of the Stone Clan, Shi Tian, and the young lady of the Li Clan, Li Sun. When they saw Bai Xiao's gaze, their expressions changed. They lowered their heads slightly, not daring to meet her eyes. At this moment, the clan leader of the Stone Clan said in a low voice, Clan leader Bai Xiao, we can't have internal strife now. We need to unite now. Gu Sun also said, Clan leader Bai Xiao, I think that swordsman is in cahoots with the Heaven Abandoned clan. Why don't we just get rid of him today and get rid of... Shut up. Bai Xiao suddenly turned her head and roared. Everyone was stunned. Bai Xiao looked coldly at Gu Senior, you idiot. Not only are you stupid, but your dead son is also stupid. Hearing this, Gu Sen's expression became ugly. Clan leader Bai Xiao, you what do you mean? Bai Xiao ignored Gu Senator. She turned around and walked in front of Yi Xian. She looked at Yi Xian and said, Young Master Yi, how do you think this matter should be resolved? Yi Xian walked in front of Bai Xiao. You can touch me, but you can't touch the people around me. Resolved? The entire ancient Star Clan is dead and, as he spoke, he pointed at Li Sun, and Shi Tian in the distance. Anyone who participated in the previous matter is dead. This matter can be resolved peacefully. The expressions of Gu Sun and the others instantly turned ugly when they heard this. Gu Sun stared at Yi Xian. You don't know when to stop. Do you think we're afraid of you? Ha! At this moment, Heaven Hater suddenly laughed. This is too much. This King Kaoshan is too much. I think he's too much. How dare he make such a request? Bai Xiao, how can you tolerate this? Hit him. Beat him up. Everyone was speechless. Bai Xiao's expression was extremely ugly. Heaven Hater continued. Heaven Hater, if I were you, I definitely wouldn't tolerate this. I will definitely kill this King Kaoshan. Why should I be afraid of him? Kill him. Everyone was speechless. Chapter 2018. Schadenfreude. Heavenloath felt great. Bai Xiao had been mocking her previously, but now, Bai Xiao had clashed with King Kaoshan herself. This feeling was too great. Most importantly, King Kaoshan would definitely not be on the same team as the various races of the Universe Yuan realm. In fact, she had been worried about this previously. If Yi Xian really joined forces with Bai Xiao, it would undoubtedly be very disadvantageous to the heaven-forsaken race. But now, she did not need to worry about this. Not only that, there was an irreconcilable conflict between King Kaoshan and Bai Xiao and the others. If Bai Xiao agreed to King Kaoshan's conditions, then even if the Universe Yuan Realm Alliance did not collapse, there would be cracks and even internal strife. And if Bai Xiao did not agree with King Kaoshan's temper, how could he let it go? If the Universe Yuan Realm Alliance went against Yi Xian, once that perverted woman appeared, Heaven's hatred gazed at Bai Xiao, who remained silent, and a wisp of a smile that took pleasure in Bai Xiao's misfortune arose on his face. In the distance, Bai Xiao was silent. It had to be said that she was indeed in a difficult position. She could not agree, but she could not refuse. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly smiled and said, Miss Bai Xiao, I think you are mistaken about something. Whether I take revenge or not has nothing to do with you. Finally, if you stop me when I kill someone, I will destroy your divine wilderness race as well. If you don't believe me, you can try. With that, he looked directly at Gu Senator. The next moment, he suddenly disappeared. Chi. A wisp of sword light tore through the battlefield. Bai Xiao's expression was extremely ugly. By the side, the corners of Heaven Loth's mouth curled up. This was the scene she liked to see the most. It had to be said that Yi Xian was becoming more and more pleasing to the eye. Of course, the premise was that he did not clash with this bastard. In the distance, Gu Sen's expression changed drastically. He was currently a little afraid of Yi Xian, because Yi Xian's sword was too terrifying. Without any time to think, he clasped his hands together and silently chanted an incantation. The next moment, a strange black vortex suddenly appeared in front of him. Within the vortex, countless mysterious forces gathered. At this moment, Yi Xian's sword arrived. Boom! The black vortex trembled violently, and then strands of formidable energy swept out from the surroundings like waves. In an instant, the space in the surroundings became illusory, and Yi Xian slashed down again. Chi. As the sword fell, the black vortex was directly torn apart. Gu Sen's expression instantly changed. His body trembled and he retreated, but Yi Xian's sword was faster. Chi. Before Gu Sen could stop, the space in front of him split open. In the next moment, a sword stabbed out. Gu Sen was greatly shocked in his heart. He suddenly flipped his right hand, and then raised it upwards. Great overarching heavenly hand. As soon as he finished speaking, the space before him suddenly split apart, and then an enormous hand stretched out. However, this enormous hand had just appeared when it was directly slashed into pieces by Yi Xian's sword. Boom! Along with an explosion, Gu Sen was instantly pushed over 3 kilometers back. Moreover, as soon as he stopped moving, his body was slashed into pieces by countless strands of sword qi, and only his soul remained. The expressions of Shi Bian and the others changed drastically when they witnessed this scene. They naturally couldn't just watch as Yi Xian killed Gu Sen, and they were about to attack right away. However, Bai Xiao suddenly appeared in front of Gu Sen, and they didn't even have the time to react before she slapped her palm against Gu Sen's soul. Bang! Gu Sen's soul was instantly blasted apart, and he vanished completely from this world. This sudden scene caused everyone present to be dumbfounded. What's Bai Xiao doing? Yi Xian was slightly stunned as well. Obviously, Bai Xiao's actions had stunned him as well. Heaven Hatred's eyes narrowed slightly, and no one knew what he was thinking. Bai Xiao suddenly waved her right hand. In an instant, over a dozen powerful auras suddenly appeared behind those experts from the ancient star race. In the next moment, all of them were annihilated. Shi Bian stared at Bai Xiao. What are you doing? Bai Xiao walked slowly to Yi Xian and smiled. Young Master Yi, the ancient star race will completely vanish from this world from now on. Yi Xian fell silent. Bai Xiao turned to look at Shi Bian and Li Qiu. Annihilate the ancient star race. Shi Bian suddenly sent a voice transmission. Patriarch Bai Xiao, who exactly is this person? Shi Bian and Li Qiu weren't stupid. They knew that this young man definitely had a great background. Otherwise, Bai Xiao would definitely not do this. Bai Xiao said softly, he's someone we can't afford to offend. Did you see that day? That guy practically pointed at her nose and scolded her, but she didn't dare to do anything. At this point, she paused for a moment and continued. To put it simply, there's a super expert behind him that surpasses the circle drawer. An expert above the circle drawer. Hearing this, the two of them were stunned on the spot. Shi Bian said with a trembling voice. How is this possible? Bai Xiao said indifferently. How is it impossible? Did you see that day? She called him King Kaoshan. Do you know why? Because he really has a backer. The two of them were speechless. Bai Xiao glanced at Li Sun and Shi Tian in the distance. We have a chance of winning against the heaven-forsaken race, but if we go against him, we will only die. You two decide yourselves. Hearing this, the two of them had ugly expressions on their faces. At this moment, Li Sun and Shi Tian clearly realized that something was wrong. The two of them hurriedly looked at their respective patriarchs with pleading eyes. They knew that they might be sacrificed. Even the ancient star race would be sacrificed. At this moment, Bai Xiao suddenly said. Let me be the bad guy. As soon as she finished speaking, she flicked her sleeves. Boom. Li Sun Er and Shi Bian were directly wiped out. They didn't even have a chance to fight back. Shi Bian and Li Qiu were silent. Bai Xiao looked at Yi Xian and smiled. Young Master Yi, this is our fault. This happened because of our lack of discipline. As she spoke, she bowed slightly. Young Master Yi, I apologize to you on behalf of the Divine Wilderness race. Apologize. Her attitude could be said to be extremely humble. Shi Bian and Li Qiu looked at each other and bowed slightly as well. At this moment, Heaven Hater suddenly said, How boring. Bai Xiao looked at Heaven Hater and smiled. Lady Heaven Hater, I seem to have disappointed you. Heaven Hater smiled. I thought you had a lot of backbone. Backbone? Bai Xiao smiled and said. Heaven Hatred, I thought you were a man of integrity before. But now? You didn't resist when 2 humiliating words were carved on you, did you? No, you couldn't resist at all. If you had backbone, why didn't you resist with your life? Heaven Hater was not angry. Bai Xiao, you surprised me. To not offend King Kaoshan, you sacrificed your ally. As she spoke, she gave a thumbs up. Amazing. Bai Xiao smiled. Heaven Hater, when did you become so talkative? Heaven Hater laughed. She glanced at Yi Xian in the distance and turned to leave. Bai Xiao and the others didn't stop her. Because they knew that if Heaven Hater wanted to leave, then they couldn't stop her. Just like all those years ago, Heaven Hater had chosen to retreat for the sake of her clansmen, and they couldn't do anything about it. After Heaven Hater left, Yi Xian turned around and walked over to Enlanxiu and Zhang Wenxiu. Let's go. As soon as he finished speaking, he led the 2 of them away. Bai Xiao's expression dimmed down as she watched Yi Xian leave. The goodwill they'd formed all those years ago had vanished into thin air. What a pity. Fortunately, I didn't form any bad karma with him. Meanwhile, Boundless spoke in a low voice. Patriarch Bai Xiao, who exactly is that young man? Li Qiu looked at Bai Xiao with curiosity in his eyes. Bai Xiao spoke softly. I don't know who he is. All I know is that a woman in a plain dress appeared behind him when Heaven Hater was about to kill him. After that, Heaven Hater and the abandoned Heaven clan were almost annihilated by that woman. Most importantly, that woman's main body didn't come over. Li Qiu furrowed his brows slightly, a clone. Bai Xiao shook her head. She crossed countless star fields to attack, and she only used 1 sword strike to defeat Heaven Hater. Heaven Hater didn't even have the strength to fight back against her. 1 sword strike. Hearing this, Li Qiu and Boundless' expressions became extremely solemn. She crossed countless star fields and defeated Heaven Hater with 1 sword strike. They didn't know how terrifying the woman in the plain dress was, but they knew how terrifying Heaven Hater was. Back then, that woman was the #1 super expert in the universe origin world. However, she was defeated by a sword strike that crossed countless star fields. Now, the 2 of them understood why Bai Xiao was so respectful to that young man. They had to be respectful. Bai Xiao spoke softly. He's only a circle breaker, but he can kill the person who drew the circle. He's even more monstrous than I imagined. Of course, with such an expert behind him, even if his talent is average, it won't be bad. Moreover, his talent isn't bad. As she spoke, she sighed again. Previously, I sowed good karma with him, hoping to pull him to our side. If he comes to our side, then we will always be invincible. Because as long as he's here, Heaven Hater will hesitate to attack. But now, at this point, she shook her head and smiled bitterly. At this moment, Shi Bian said, Don't worry about this. It's fine as long as he doesn't become our enemy. Li Qiu nodded slightly. Now the most important thing is to deal with the Heaven-Forsaken clan. If I'm not wrong, the Heaven-Forsaken clan will soon launch a large-scale attack on the Heavenly River mouth. We have to prepare early. Bai Xiao nodded slightly. Pass down my order. Let Meng Qian and Tianyuan Immortal come over to discuss this. Li Qiu nodded, then turned and left. Bai Xiao turned and looked into the distance. Gradually, her face darkened, and no one knew what she was thinking. On the other side, Yi Xian returned to Xiaota. At this moment, Enlanxiu's physical body had recovered. Yi Ling's physical body had also recovered. Yi Xian looked at Enlanxiu and asked softly, Are you all right? And Lanxiu shook her head. I'm fine. Zhang Wenxiu suddenly said. You've become so strong? Yixian smiled slightly. Of course. Don't you know who I am? Zhang Wenxiu blinked. Just now, that woman called you King Kaoshan. What did that mean? Yixian's expression froze. At this moment, and Lanxiu suddenly said, I think something might have happened to Sister Nian. Hearing this, Yixian and Zhang Wenxiu's expressions changed. Chapter 2019. Something might have happened to Big Sister Nian. Yixian spoke solemnly. Little An, why do you say that? And Lanxiu spoke solemnly. Big Sister Nian wouldn't have vanished for no reason. She would have definitely notified us if she left normally. However, she left in a hurry and didn't notify us. Yixian spoke solemnly. It really isn't normal. As he spoke, he took out a transmission stone and tried to contact Big Sister Nian. But it didn't take long for his face to sink. I can't contact her at all. Zhang Wenxiu shook his head. It's useless. We've already contacted her. Yixian frowned slightly. Besides Qing Dad and Big Brother, there shouldn't be anyone capable of killing Big Sister Nian. As far as he was concerned, besides the 3 swords, even the formidable heavenly hater couldn't kill Big Sister Nian. It should be said that Big Sister Nian's strength was absolutely not inferior to heavenly hater. So here's the problem. Where did Sister Nian go? Meanwhile, Xiaotao spoke abruptly. Young master, I feel that you shouldn't be worried about Big Sister Nian. Yixian was slightly curious. Why? Xiaotao spoke indifferently. You can't see clearly because you're closely involved. With Big Sister Nian's strength, there are definitely only 3 swords that can suppress her. In fact, it should be said that only 3 swords can kill her. Moreover, Big Sister Nian's intelligence is unparalleled. No one can take advantage of her. Yixian fell silent. How could he not be aware of that? But as Little An said, Big Sister Nian couldn't have left for no reason. She must have encountered something. Meanwhile, An Lanxiu spoke abruptly. We can ask the people from Universal Origin World to help us investigate. After all, they're more familiar with this place than we are. Yixian thought about it and nodded. All right. As he spoke, he looked at the 2 women. Both of you are circle breakers? And Lanxiu nodded. But our circle breakers seem to be different from yours. Yixian smiled. Strictly speaking, mine isn't circle breakers but circle breakers. And Lanxiu and Zhang Wenxiu frowned slightly. Obviously, they didn't understand it very well. Yixian smiled and explained to the 2 girls. After a while, Zhang Wenxiu gave him a thumbs up. You're amazing. He actually thought of such a method. Yixian smiled. Do you want to use this method? And Lanxiu shook her head. This only suits you. Yixian was slightly stunned. Very quickly he understood. He entered the safe zone. Just as Lanxiu had said, his method could only be used by him, because even if others wanted to use it, there was no circle for them to enter. Because he had the Azure Profound Sword, he could use it as a medium to enter Qing'er's circle. Moreover, Qing'er wouldn't stop him. But what about the others? Even if others wanted to enter the industry, who should they enter? Thinking of this, Yixian could not help but shake his head and smile. It seemed that he had to take a path that no one had ever taken before. The entrant. Strictly speaking, he was not a circle breaker, but a circle breaker. Meanwhile, An Lanxiu suddenly said, When Xiao and I will enter your Xiaota to cultivate. Yixian nodded. All right. The 2 girls directly entered the Xiaota. The time inside the Xiaota was different from the outside world. If the 2 girls cultivated inside the Xiaota, they would have a high chance of becoming circle drawers. Especially in Lanxiu. With her talent and ability, it would not be difficult for her to become a circle drawer. After the 2 girls entered the Xiaota, Yixian suddenly thought of someone. Yang Yanxue. Sister Shui. Thinking of Yang Yanxue, Yixian's face immediately darkened. Damn it! Where did his biological sister run off to again? However, he was not worried about Yang Yanxue at all. His father might not care about him, but he would definitely care about Sister Shui. Without thinking about Yang Yanxue, Yixian turned and disappeared into the horizon. The mouth of the Heavenly River. The mouth of the Heavenly River was a defensive area set up by the 6 great families of the Eternal Origin world. Its purpose was to protect the Heaven-forsaken race. If the Heaven-forsaken race wanted to enter the Eternal Origin world, they could only go through this place. Only super experts like Heaven Loathsome could shatter space-time and enter the Eternal Origin world by force. The space-time of the Eternal Origin world had powerful self-healing abilities. In other words, the Heaven-forsaken race could not enter the Eternal Origin world this way. Only Heaven Loathsome could. Even Heaven Loathsome could not destroy such a large space-time wall. Therefore, the only way for the Heaven-forsaken race to enter the Eternal Origin world was through the mouth of the Heavenly River. At this time, all the experts of the Heaven-forsaken race had gathered at the mouth of the Heavenly River. There were tens of thousands of them. Among them, there were 12 circle breakers. There were also more than 60 circle drawers. Below them, there were countless inaction realm experts. The leader was Heaven Loathsome. Beside Heaven Loathsome was Tianji. Tianji said softly, "Sister, did King Kaoshan really fall out with Bai Xiao and the others?" Heaven Loathsome nodded. "But I did not expect Bai Xiao to be so bold. In order not to become enemies with King Kaoshan, she actually abandoned the ancient star race." Tianji nodded slightly. "This woman is not simple. We have to be careful." Heaven Loathsome looked at the mouth of the Heavenly River in the distance. "If I have the chance, I will kill her first." As she spoke, she walked towards the mouth of the Heavenly River in the distance. When she arrived at the entrance, a woman suddenly appeared in front of Heaven Loathsome. It was Bai Xiao. Bai Xiao looked at Heaven Loathsome and smiled. "Miss Heaven Loathsome, we meet again. I've missed you a little." Heaven Loathsome's lips curled into a mocking smile. "Bai Xiao, I suddenly realized that King Kaoshan is much more real than you. Although he is shameless, he is genuine. If he likes someone, he likes them. If he doesn't like them, he doesn't like them. But you, woman, are extraordinarily hypocritical." Bai Xiao smiled. "Heaven Loathsome, cut the crap. If you want to fight, then bring it on." Heaven Loathsome's lips curled into a disdainful smile. "A duel?" Bai Xiao shook her head. "I can't beat you." Heaven Loathsome was about to speak when an old man suddenly appeared nearby. The old man wore a gray robe and held a pitch-black iron staff. Heaven Loathsome's eyes narrowed slightly when he saw the old man. "Meng Chun, you're not bad. You've actually entered the inner circle." "Meng Chun. The last." Meng Chun glanced at Heaven Loathsome and chuckled. "Patriarch Heaven Loathsome, we meet again." Heaven Loathsome spoke indifferently. "Looks like it's you who'll be fighting me today." Meng Chun nodded. "Please provide me with your guidance, Patriarch Heaven Loathsome." Heaven Loathsome turned to look at Ji Tianji. "She sent him to keep me busy on purpose. Be careful. If they don't attack, then don't attack. I'll definitely kill him within 2 hours." As soon as she finished speaking, she gazed at Meng Chun. In the next moment, both of them vanished on the spot. Bang! The expanse of space they resided in shattered, and then both of them vanished at the same time. 2 hours. Ji Tianji gazed at Bai Xiao and grinned. "Miss Bai Xiao, I'm looking forward to seeing how you deal with us." Bai Xiao smiled. "I definitely won't disappoint you." Ji Tianji nodded slightly. "I'll be waiting." The corners of Bai Xiao's mouth curled up slightly. "Open." As soon as she finished speaking, the entrance to the Milky Way in the distance split open. In the next moment, a group of experts charged out. There were over 100,000 of them. Meanwhile, Bai Xiao smiled and said, "Anyone who kills a member of the Heaven-forsaken clan will be rewarded with 10,000 infinite divine crystals." 10,000 infinite divine crystals. The experts in the surroundings seethed with excitement when they heard this. In the next moment, they charged towards Ji Tianji and the others. These people weren't experts from the 6 great clans. All of them were independent cultivators and experts from small powers that they'd recruited from the cosmos dimension. Ji Tianji's face fell when she saw them. She understood Bai Xiao's intentions. She was using these cannon fodder to exhaust them. However, they had no other choice but to be exhausted. Ji Tianji turned to look at the circle breakers by her side. Meanwhile, Bai Xiao suddenly smiled and said, Miss G, don't even think about asking the circle breakers to attack because I won't give you that chance. Fekta fell silent. She knew that if the Forsaken race's circle breaker expert attacked, the 5 great clan circle breakers would also attack immediately. Not only that, but if the Forsaken race's circle breaker attacked, the 5 great clans circle breaker would also attack immediately. It could be said that Bai Xiao wanted to exhaust the Tian Forsaken clan. Even if it was 10 for 1, it was still a profit. Tianji knew Bai Xiao's intention, but she had no choice. Fekta said, "Kill." As soon as she finished speaking, the Forsaken Tian clan cultivators behind her charged forward. When the two sides clashed, the Heaven Forsaken clan immediately suppressed them. No, it should be called a massacre. However, the Heaven Forsaken clan also suffered losses. It was basically a trade of several experts for one Forsaken Heaven tribe member. He had to admit that this was a great loss. But there was nothing the Forsaken race could do. Unfortunately, the experts of the Eternal Origin world were starting to feel afraid. This was because they were completely beaten up by the Forsaken race. At this moment they sobered up. Many people wanted to retreat, but it was too late. The Forsaken race was already in a frenzy of killing, so how could they let them retreat? Meanwhile, Bai Xiao suddenly said, "You'll definitely die if you retreat now. If we put our lives on the line, there's still a chance of survival." As she spoke, she deliberately raised her voice. Anyone who kills a member of the Forsaken Heaven tribe will be rewarded with 100,000 immeasurable God crystals. If you die in battle, your family will receive 50,000 immeasurable God crystals. I, Bai Xiao, swear on the name of the entire Divine Wilderness race that if I deceive you, my Divine Wilderness race will be exterminated. 100,000 immeasurable God crystals. Killing one person would be rewarded with 100,000 immeasurable God crystals. Hearing Bai Xiao's words, the expressions of the experts from the Eternal Origin world immediately turned ferocious. 100,000 immeasurable God crystals. Most importantly, if they retreated now, they would definitely die because the Forsaken race would definitely not let them off. Thinking of this, countless people decided to go all out. Soon, many experts from the Eternal Origin world charged towards the experts of the Forsaken race like madmen. Seeing this, Fekta frowned because more and more experts of the Forsaken race were dying. Of course, the deaths of those from the Eternal Origin world were even more exaggerated. Soon, the number of experts from the Eternal Origin world decreased from 100,000 to a few hundred, but less than 2,000 people from the Forsaken race had died. Just when there were only 100 or so Universe Origin world experts left, Bai Xiao suddenly said, "Save them." Li Qiu looked at Bai Xiao. "Why?" Bai Xiao said indifferently. "Apart from dealing with the enemy, we can't be too ruthless. If we are too ruthless today, who in the Eternal Origin world will dare to follow us in the future? We have to leave them a bit of hope. Moreover, the fact that these people survived means that they are not simple. They can be nurtured." As she spoke, she looked at the distant Fekta. Back then, the Forsaken race was too ruthless and caused public outrage. In the end, they were besieged by everyone in the Eternal Origin world. We cannot follow their path. Leaving them a bit of hope is also leaving us a bit of hope. Chapter 2020. When the powerhouses of the 6 great clans saved them, they heaved a sigh of relief. The man in the lead suddenly looked at Bai Xiao and said excitedly, "Thank you, Clan Leader Bai Xiao." "Thank you, Clan Leader Bai Xiao." The man lowered his head after saying that. At this moment he was very excited. Before he came, he knew that the 6 great clans wanted to use them as cannon fodder. But he still came. Why? Because this was an opportunity for them. Not only did he need immeasurable divine crystals, but he also needed a platform that could provide him with sufficient resources. Simply put, he hoped to be chosen by the 6 great clans. Of course, he knew that this was very risky because the 6 great clans might not care about their lives. However, Bai Xiao's reputation in the Universe Yuan realm had always been good, so he wanted to take a gamble. It turned out that he had made the right gamble. The 100 or so people also knelt on one knee and said loudly, "Thank you, clan leader Bai Xiao." They had been in despair before, but now Bai Xiao had given them new hope. Bai Xiao glanced at the 100 or so people and pointed with a finger. A storage ring appeared in front of them. "This is the immeasurable divine crystal. Distribute it among yourselves. Go and heal your injuries." Everyone thanked him in unison and retreated. Bai Xiao turned to look at Fekta in the distance. Fekta smiled. "Good move." Bai Xiao smiled. "Miss Fekta, I've always felt that you are more suitable to be the clan leader than your sister. I'm not trying to sow discord, but I really think you are suitable, because you will consider the future of the Heaven-Forsaken tribe. But your sister will not. The Heaven-Forsaken tribe she leads only knows how to fight." Fekta shook her head. "I'm the opposite of what you think. I think my sister is more suitable to be the clan leader." Bai Xiao blinked. "I'd like to hear the details." Fekta smiled. "If my sister is the clan leader, she has the ability to unite the Heaven-Forsaken tribe. The Heaven-Forsaken tribe respects her and is willing to fight for her. I don't have that." Bai Xiao fell silent. Indeed, although Heaven Hatred was arrogant and domineering, she had the ability. Moreover, as Fekta had said, Heaven Hatred had the ability to unite the Heaven-Forsaken tribe and make them fight for her. Meanwhile, the distant Heavenly Secret said abruptly, "Miss Bai Xiao, I wonder how long Mengchen can persist for?" Bai Xiao glanced at the endless space above her head. Mengchen was still fighting Heaven Loathsome. If Mengchen lost and Heaven's Loathsome joined the battle, it would be a disaster for the 6 clans. Even Bai Xiao could not defend against this Heaven's malice. Bai Xiao retracted her gaze and smiled. "Lady Tianji, let's get down to business." As soon as he finished speaking, the space in the distance suddenly split apart. In the next moment, 100 experts in dark golden armor walked out in unison. They were all circle breakers. Not only that, but the auras of these people were extremely dense, and their bodies were emitting extremely terrifying killing intent. This was no ordinary circle breaker. Fekta narrowed her eyes at the sight of these 100 people. The auras of these 100 people were very powerful. They were no weaker than the circle breakers of the Heaven-Forsaken race. Most importantly, there were more than 100 people. In terms of numbers, the 5 clans had completely crushed the Tian-Forsaken race. Meanwhile, Bai Xiao suddenly smiled and said, "Miss Tianji, do you think it's difficult? This is just the appetizer." As soon as she finished speaking, the 100 super experts charged towards the Tian-Forsaken race. Fekta said calmly, "Tian K." Beside her, the white-haired man Tian K suddenly said, "Kill." As soon as he finished speaking, more than 30 Tian K experts walked out from behind him. These 32 people charged towards the 100 people. Even though there were only 32 of them, their auras were like rainbows. They were not any weaker than the 100 strong circle breakers. Soon the two sides collided. This was a head-on clash. As soon as the two sides collided, the heavens fell and the earth cracked. The physical bodies of the 12 people shattered on the spot. Among them, 9 were from the 5 clans and only 3 were from the Tian-Forsaken race. Seeing this, the expressions of the 5 clans' patriarchs darkened. These 100 people had been carefully trained by them to deal with the Tian-Forsaken race. However, it seemed that these people they had trained were still slightly weaker than the Tian-Forsaken race's experts. Bai Xiao watched the battle in the distance and remained silent. In the distance, Fekta frowned. Her intuition told her that something was wrong. Boom. At this moment, the unknown spacetime in the sky suddenly split open. The next moment, a figure frantically retreated into a mysterious spacetime abyss. This figure was Tian Vexation. Several thousand feet away from Tian Vexation stood 3 elders. 3 circle breakers, and all of them were from the inner circle. The expressions of the Tian-Forsaken race experts changed when they saw this. Fekta looked at Bai Xiao. At this moment, she understood Bai Xiao's intentions. Bai Xiao's true goal was not to hold Tian Vexation back. Her true goal was to kill Tian Vexation. Tian Vexation was the core of the Tian-Forsaken race. As long as Tian Vexation died, the Tian-Forsaken race could be destroyed with a flick of a finger. If Tian Vexation did not die, Even if all the experts of the Tian Forsaken race died, this threat would still exist. An expert from the inner circle, and one with no ties to them at that, was a great threat. Thus, Bai Xiao chose to kill Tian Vexation first. 3 experts from the inner circle. In the space-time abyss, Tian Vexation took a step forward and left the mysterious space-time abyss. She looked at Bai Xiao in the distance, and a disdainful smile appeared on her lips. You want to kill me with just 3 experts from the inner circle? Bai Xiao laughed. Of course not. That's why we've prepared a great gift for you. As soon as she finished speaking, the surrounding space-time suddenly trembled. In the next moment, the space-time above Tian Vexation turned blood red. Tian Vexation narrowed her eyes. At this moment, a mysterious force suddenly locked onto Tian Vexation. Tian Vexation's aura actually started to decline bit by bit. Fecta's expression turned extremely ugly. This is an ancient taboo technique, God's Descent. God's Descent. It was an ancient taboo technique that used endless blood and evil spirits to form an array. Once the array was formed, the targeted person's strength would be suppressed. At this moment, Tian Vexation's strength was suppressed by at least 40%. In other words, Tian Vexation only had 60% of her strength. It was equivalent to her strength being suppressed by half. Fecta suddenly said, "Break the array." As soon as she finished speaking, the experts of the Tian Forsaken race behind her charged out. Bai Xiao laughed. How naive. As soon as she finished speaking, the experts of the 5 races behind her charged out in unison. The true battle had begun. At this moment, everyone on both sides had joined the battle. In the sky, Tian Vexation glanced up, and then he looked at Bai Xiao. Bai Xiao, you must have killed a lot of people to set up this array. Bai Xiao shook her head and smiled. I've slowly collected these fresh blood and evil spirits over the years. You know, many people die in the cosmic origin world every year. Of course, I'm not the one who kills them. I'm just nature's porter. Once they die, I collect their mindless souls and fresh blood. Of course, there wasn't much in the beginning, but as I slowly accumulated them, I've finally completed this formation over the years. Don't even think about breaking this array. With your strength, you'll naturally be able to do so. However, you'll need at least an hour, and I won't give you that time. As she said this, the corners of her mouth lifted slightly. Come, invincible clan leader Tian Vexation. Let me see if you can fight 1 against 3 with 40% of your strength suppressed. The corners of Tian Vexation's mouth curled into a mocking smile. Bai Xiao, it seems like you knew that the Tian Forsaken race would make a comeback, so you set this up a long time ago. Bai Xiao nodded. Yes. Tian Vexation suddenly walked slowly towards Bai Xiao. At this moment, the 3 old men stood in front of Bai Xiao. One of them suddenly charged forward and punched at Tian Vexation. Viciousness flashed in Tian Vexation's eyes. He leaped up and punched out as well. Boom. Space-time suddenly shattered, and the old man was sent flying thousands of feet away. The other 2 old men's expressions darkened when they saw this. How could he be so terrifying when 40% of his strength was suppressed? Without further thought, the 2 of them charged at Tian Vexation as well. Soon, the 3 of them attacked Tian Vexation from all sides. At this moment, Tian Vexation was being suppressed. In the end, he was fighting 3 enemies by himself, and he'd even been suppressed by 40% of his strength. Bai Xiao glanced at Tian Vexation, and no one knew what she was thinking. Right at this moment, she suddenly turned around and saw a man standing in the distance. Yi Xian. Actually, Yi Xian had arrived here a long time ago. He wasn't interested in the matters of the Tian Forsaken race and the universe dimension. He'd come here this time because he wanted to inquire about Big Sister Nian's whereabouts from Bai Xiao. The corners of Bai Xiao's mouth curled up slightly when she saw Yi Xian. Young Master Yi, do you need something? Yi Xian glanced at the battle in the distance and said, I didn't disturb all of you, did I? Bai Xiao smiled. Not at all. Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, Miss Bai Xiao, I came here to ask you about something. Bai Xiao replied, What is it? Yi Xian spoke in a low voice. I have an older sister who is in the universe dimension. But she suddenly vanished one day, and I don't know where she is now. So, I want to ask you about it. Bai Xiao frowned slightly. Suddenly vanished? Yi Xian nodded. Bai Xiao fell silent for a moment and said, "How strong is your sister?" Yi Xian thought for a moment and pointed at Heaven Hater in the distance. "I think she's stronger than this woman." Bai Xiao's expression froze. Damn. What kind of monster is she? Any random sister is stronger than Heaven Hater? Even though she wasn't on good terms with Heaven Hater, she had to admit that Heaven Hater was indeed very strong. No one in the universe dimension was a match for her in a one-on-one battle. Bai Xiao withdrew her thoughts and looked at Yi Xian. In other words, it's impossible for her to have been erased. She disappeared on her own? Yi Xian nodded. Bai Xiao continued to ask, "Do you know where she last went?" Yi Xian nodded. "I do. It was in that mountain range." After a moment of silence, Bai Xiao seemed to have thought of something, and her pupils suddenly constricted. She couldn't have gone to the burial well, right? Yi Xian frowned slightly. "The burial well?" Bai Xiao said in a low voice. "That's a place that the Heaven-Forsaken race once guarded, and it's a forbidden area of the Heaven-Forsaken race." The Heaven-Forsaken race. Yi Xian was slightly stunned, and then he gazed at Heaven Hater. He hesitated for a moment before he said, "Can we stop for a moment?" Bai Xiao was slightly stunned, and then she smiled and said, "Of course. I can refuse to give face to anyone else, but I'll definitely give face to young Master Yi." As she spoke, she waved her right hand slightly. "Young Master Yi has spoken. All of you stop for a moment. We'll continue fighting later." The three old men in the distance immediately stopped. The experts of the Heaven-Forsaken race and the 5 alien races stopped as well. Everyone looked at Yi Xian. Young Master Yi had spoken. Yi Xian was speechless. Please vote. Chapter 2021. Yi Xian was slightly embarrassed. He'd only come here to ask a question. Bai Xiao gazed at Heaven Hater and grinned. "Heaven Hater, young Master Yi has a question for you." Heaven Hater glanced coldly at Yi Xian while her right hand was still clenched tightly. Obviously, she didn't want to give in to Yi Xian. She really disliked Yi Xian, and she wanted to slap that fellow to death right now. However, her reason prevailed in the end. She didn't want to offend King Reliance at a time like this, because once Yi Xian and Bai Xiao got together, it would be rather disadvantageous to her and the entire Heaven-Forsaken race. Yi Xian gazed at Heaven Hater. He thought for a moment and asked, "Miss Heaven Hater, what kind of place is Burial Well?" Heaven Hater frowned slightly when he heard Yi Xian. "Why are you asking this?" Yi Xian said solemnly, "One of my sisters might have gone there." Heaven Hater was expressionless. If she really went there, then she'll definitely die. Yi Xian's frown deepened. "Why?" Heaven Hater said indifferently, "Even I don't dare go there. What do you think?" Yi Xian hesitated for a moment and said, "She might be stronger than you." Everyone was speechless. Heaven Hater stared fixedly at Yi Xian. "Are you here to put on a show?" Yi Xian was speechless. Meanwhile, Bai Xiao suddenly laughed. "Heaven Hater, don't be angry. Young Master Yi definitely doesn't mean that. Don't be so extreme." Heaven Hater glanced at Bai Xiao. "Can you shut up?" Bai Xiao shrugged. "All right, you guys talk." Yi Xian said solemnly, "Miss Heaven Hater, why is Burial Well so dangerous? Can you tell me about it?" Heaven Hater said flatly, "Why don't you go and take a look for yourself?" Bai Xiao suddenly said, "Miss Heaven Hater, if young Master Yi dies in Burial Well, then I'll definitely tell the people behind him that you asked him to go." Heaven's Loathsome looked at Bai Xiao, his eyes as sharp as swords. "Damn woman, can you shut up?" Bai Xiao smiled and said, "Since you're not willing to do this favor, then let me do it." Saying that, she looked at Yi Xian. "Young Master Yi, this Burial Well is a very dangerous existence. Do you know the origin of the Forsaken clan?" Yi Xian shook his head. Bai Xiao smiled and said, "It is said that the Heaven-Forsaken race is an abandoned race. As for who abandoned them, I don't know. I only know that the most ancient race in the universe Yuan realm is the Heaven-Forsaken race. The burial well was a place guarded by the Heaven-Forsaken race. Simply put, the Heaven-Forsaken race seemed to be guarding something, or rather sealing something. As for what it is, you can ask Heavenly Vexation. She should know. Yi Xian looked at Heaven Vexation. Miss Heaven Vexation, could you elaborate? Heaven Hater looked at Yi Xian coldly. That's our tribe's secret. At this moment, Fecta suddenly said, let me explain. She knew her sister's temper. Heaven Hater did not want to lower her head in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian looked at Fecta. Fecta said in a low voice, young Master Yi, if that friend of yours really went to the burial well, then I can only say that it bodes ill rather than well for her. Yi Xian shook his head. I think that besides Qing Er and the other two, no one can kill Sister Nian. Fecta subconsciously asked, 3? Yi Xian nodded. Qing Er, my father, and my sworn brother. The 3 of them should be about the same strength. Bai Xiao looked at Yi Xian and did not speak. Fecta said in a low voice, that Qing Er is that plain-dressed woman? Yi Xian nodded. Yes. Fecta looked at Yi Xian. Your father and your sworn brother are about the same strength as her? Yi Xian nodded. Yes. Why? Fecta fell silent. At this moment, all she wanted to say was fuck. Meanwhile, Bai Xiao suddenly asked, young Master Yi, may I ask, where exactly are you from? Everyone looked at Yi Xian. Even Heaven Hateful was looking at Yi Xian. She was curious as well. What exactly is this King Kaoshan's background? Yi Xian glanced at them, hesitated for a moment, and then said, Miss Bai Xiao, what I'm going to say next might not be very comfortable for all of you. Bai Xiao smiled. Don't worry. Our endurance isn't bad. Yi Xian nodded. Then he said, with all due respect, all of you here are ants. The expressions of everyone here froze. Bai Xiao's smile gradually froze as well. Yi Xian gazed at Bai Xiao. You aren't angry, right? Bai Xiao's smile was slightly awkward. You continue. Yi Xian nodded. Everyone, do all of you think that the alternate world is really the center of the universe? Do all of you know how huge the universe is? All of them fell silent. How huge was the universe? No one knew the answer. Bai Xiao gazed at Yi Xian. Does young Master Yi know? Yi Xian said in his heart, no my ass. Of course he wouldn't say that. He glanced at all of them. In the end he looked at Heaven Hateful. Miss Heaven Hateful, do you know? Heaven Hateful gazed coldly at Yi Xian. I don't know. Do you? Yi Xian nodded. Heaven Hateful frowned slightly. How big is it? Yi Xian said seriously, infinitely big. Heaven Hateful's expression froze. Everyone was dumbfounded. Motherfucker. How is that possible? Infinitely big? Isn't this bullsh*t? Heaven Hateful stared fixedly at Yi Xian. Do you think we're very fun? Bai Xiao felt a headache coming on as well. Young Master Yi, say something useful. Yi Xian said with a smile. Miss Bai Xiao, to tell you the truth, I come from a universe with a higher civilization. Bai Xiao said in a low voice. What universe? Yi Xian said in his heart. Xiao Ta, think of a universe. Xiao Ta said in a low voice. Young Master, you can pretend. I won't pretend. Yi Xian's face darkened. You've been with Dad for a long time. You're more knowledgeable. Think of a universe that can fool them. It has to be the awesome kind. After a moment of silence, Xiao Ta said, the primal universe. Yi Xian frowned slightly. What do you mean? Xiao Ta said, people from the Milky Way said that the universe was born from the Big Bang. The primal universe is the starting point of the Big Bang. To put it simply, it's the place where the universe first formed. It can be said that it's the starting point of all universes and star zones. Yi Xian said in a low voice. Is the universe really born from the Big Bang? Xiao Ta said indifferently. Who knows? Maybe the universe was blindly played around by someone. Just like humans, if a human squeezes a big ball and an ant encounters it, wouldn't it study it for several lifetimes? If a human squeezes a few more big balls, do you think the ant can study it clearly? Yi Xian said in a low voice. Are we so lowly in the universe? Xiao Ta said. What else can we do? Young master, you have to understand something. Even now, we still don't know how big the universe is. We don't know how the universe was formed. You cultivators study the essence every day. The essence of the great Tao, the essence of all things. But they have never thought about how this essence was formed. What is the essence of the essence? How did the essence at the beginning come about? Yi Xian was silent for a moment before saying, Xiao Ta, what level do you think Qing is in this vast universe? Xiao Ta was silent. Yi Xian asked again, if we are all ants, then Qing Xiao Ta sighed in a low voice. Young master, it's wrong for you to think like this. Your starting point is wrong. Do you understand? Yi Xian frowned slightly. What do you mean? Xiao Ta said, can you not put you on the same level as Sister Qing? Ask yourself, are you on the same level as Sister Qing? Young master, it's not that Xiao Ta wants to criticize you, but sometimes you can't stop pretending. No, sometimes you even believe it. If there is a God in this world, then I only believe in one God, and that is the mandate of heaven. The eternal God in my heart, Xiao Ta's heart. Yi Xian was speechless. At this time Bai Xiao suddenly said, Young Master Yi? With Yi Xian's current strength, it was naturally impossible for them to hear the conversation between Yi Xian and Xiao Ta. Yi Xian restrained his thoughts and smiled. The primal universe. Bai Xiao frowned slightly. The primal universe? Yi Xian nodded. Do all of you know how the universe was born? The universe was actually born from the Big Bang. After the Big Bang occurred, countless regions of stars were born, and life was born in these regions after countless years. Heaven Hater suddenly said, the Big Bang? What was the universe before the Big Bang? All of them gazed at Yi Xian. Obviously, they were very curious about this as well. Yi Xian smiled. The universe before the Big Bang was an expanse of chaos. Heaven Hater stared fixedly at Yi Xian. Then why did this expanse of chaos explode? Yi Xian said, I split it open. All of them were speechless. Xiao Ta was speechless. The expressions of everyone here had become extremely strange. That fellow split it open. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly said, Miss Heaven Hater, let's not discuss this. Now, can you tell me about the burial well? Heaven Hater remained expressionless and didn't speak. Fekta spoke solemnly. Young Master Yi, the burial well was a forbidden area of my heaven-forsaken race all those years ago. Actually, even my heaven-forsaken race doesn't know exactly what's in there. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Even all of you don't know? Fekta nodded. We only know that something is sealed there, but we don't know exactly what it is. Big Sister went down there all those years ago, but she didn't go deep. Yi Xian gazed at Heaven Hater. Heaven Hater fell silent for a moment before he said, I can only tell you that if she really went down there and went deep, then she would have absolutely no chance of survival. Don't try to talk to me about how strong she is. Let me ask you, is she stronger than that woman in a plain dress? Yi Xian shook his head. Heaven Hater said coldly, since she isn't as strong as that woman in a plain dress, then she'll die without a doubt. At this moment, Bai Xiao suddenly asked, Heaven Hater, what exactly is in the burial well? Heaven Hater glanced coldly at Bai Xiao. What's in the burial well? Do I know you that well? Bai Xiao. Everyone. Chapter 2022. Bai Xiao wasn't angry. She smiled faintly. Heaven Hater, watch your manners. You're the patriarch of a clan. Heaven Hater looked at Bai Xiao coldly. Remember, I'm not familiar with you, understand? As she spoke, she turned to look at Yi Xian. Do you have anything else? If not, we're going to fight. Yi Xian asked, where's the burial well? Heaven Hater pointed with a finger, and a white light entered Yi Xian's forehead. A moment later, Yi Xian turned and left. At this moment, Fekta suddenly said, Young Master Yi, are you really going? Yi Xian nodded. Yes. Fekta hesitated and then said, Young Master Yi, that place is very dangerous. Yi Xian was about to speak when Heaven Hater suddenly said, What's dangerous? He's the Reliance King. Once he goes, he might be able to kill those bastards down there. Everyone. Yi Xian glanced at Heaven Hater and then at Bai Xiao. Miss Bai Xiao, if I die there, remember to tell my sister that Heaven Hater asked me to go. Bai Xiao was slightly stunned, and then she nodded. All right. At the side, Heaven Hater stared at Yi Xian. What's wrong with you? Yi Xian smiled and didn't speak. He turned and left on his sword. On the spot. Heaven Hater's expression was slightly ugly. Bai Xiao suddenly said, Patriarch Heaven Hater, do we still fight? Heaven Hater said angrily, You stupid woman, do you know that if he dies there, that woman will destroy the entire universe origin world? Bai Xiao frowned slightly, No way. Heaven Hater's expression was extremely ugly. No way? If he dies there, that woman will definitely kill him with her sword. With her strength, once she attacks the universe origin world, everyone here will die. Why are you still laughing here? You look like a retard to me. Bai Xiao said in a low voice. You asked him to go. Heaven Hater said angrily. I didn't know he would really go. Damn, doesn't this guy have any sense of danger? Didn't he know how strong he was? I've already told him that it would be dangerous for me to go down. Yet he still wants to go. Damn it, are all those with backing so unscrupulous? Bai Xiao. Heaven's Hateful's face turned ugly. If Yi Xian really died there, that woman would definitely not let the Heaven-Forsaken race off, much less the entire Eternal Origin world. Not only Tian Ho, but Bai Xiao's expression also turned ugly. She had never met the plain-dressed lady before. However, from Heaven's Loathsome's expression, she knew that Heaven's Loathsome was not lying. If Yi Xian died there, that mysterious woman might really destroy the entire universe origin world. Meanwhile, Fectus suddenly said, Let's go take a look. Let's go take a look. The expressions of both sides had become strange. Was he not going to fight? Heaven Hater's face was livid. No one knew what he was thinking. She really wanted Yi Xian to die in that well. However, if this fellow really died there, that woman would never let the Heaven-Forsaken clan off. Sister Tianming wouldn't be interested in these things. Young master, when will you become invincible? I've been with you for so long, and you're still a little brother. You're not worried, but I am. You have to work harder. Yi Xian was speechless. Xiao Ta was about to speak, but Yi Xian suddenly said, Xiao Ta, do you want me to throw you down to scout the way? Yi Xian jumped up. Young master, are you even human? Yi Xian said with a straight face, You are Destiny's tower. Who are you afraid of? Xiao Ta said in a deep voice, Young master, although I was modified by Sister Tianming, she only modified my functions. She didn't change my power. The next time you see her, can you ask her to make me stronger? Yi Xian frowned. Aren't you practicing on your own? Xiao Ta was silent for a while, then said, After following you, I realized that sometimes hard work is meaningless. If I can rely on it, I'll rely on it. Yi Xian was speechless. At this moment, the chains of the well in the distance suddenly trembled. Yi Xian's face changed. He looked at the well and said, Is there something down there that's waving at us? Xiao Ta hesitated, then said, Let's go check it out. Yi Xian nodded. I'll listen to you. After that, he walked toward the mouth of the well. Xiao Ta. Yi Xian's face looked serious. The closer he got to the mouth of the well, the more uneasy he felt. Just as Yi Xian was about to reach the mouth of the well, Yi Xian suddenly turned around. Not far away, a woman was walking toward him. It was Tianyan. Yi Xian frowned. Miss Tianyan you. Tianyan walked over to Yi Xian. Do you know what's sealed inside? Yi Xian shook his head. Tianyan said in a low voice, A very terrifying existence is sealed inside. I was almost killed when I went down all those years ago. I was already in the inner circle at that time. If you go down there, you'll definitely die. Yi Xian glanced at the mouth of the well and said, What exactly is inside? Tianyan shook his head. I don't know. Yi Xian frowned. Isn't the Heaven-Forsaken clan in charge of sealing this well? Tianyan looked at Yi Xian. The Heaven-Forsaken clan is the oldest clan in this world. However, this well is even older than us. Moreover, Our ancestors didn't have any records about this well. I don't know much more about this well than you do. Yi Xian fell silent for a moment, and then he walked over to the well. He bent down and looked down. It was pitch black down there, and he couldn't see anything. Meanwhile, Tianyan suddenly said, "If you really want to go down there, then I'll give you a suggestion. Take that invincible younger sister of yours down there. She can protect your life if she goes with you." Yi Xian fell silent. "Do I have to go to the Milky Way galaxy and ask for Qing? Suddenly the well started trembling. A moment later, the runes on the ground actually emanated a strange red glow. Yi Xian frowned slightly. He gazed at Tianyan, and Tianyan's beautiful brows were knit together as well. Yi Xian spoke solemnly. "What's going on?" Tianyan glanced at Yi Xian. "I don't know." Yi Xian was about to speak when a sword howl suddenly resounded from deep within the well. It was a sword howl. Yi Xian's expression changed drastically when he heard this sword howl. It's Sister Nian's sword. Yi Xian was about to charge into the well when Tianyan stopped him. She gazed at Yi Xian. "You'll die without a doubt if you go down there." Yi Xian spoke solemnly. "Sister Nian is down there." Tianyan said, "She's down there and she's still alive. This proves that she has the ability to protect herself. With your current strength, you'll only be a burden to her if you go down there." Yi Xian fell silent. At this time, the entire well suddenly trembled violently, and gradually, those blood-red runes suddenly erupted with a terrifying power. Tianyan's eyes narrowed slightly, and then she suddenly pressed her right hand forward. Bang! All the strange energy was suppressed by her. At this moment, the chains at the entrance of the well suddenly trembled violently. At the same time, a powerful force gushed out from the well. In an instant, the entire ruins of the heaven-forsaken clan started to crumble and collapse. Tianyan led Yi Xian back. After they retreated for a few hundred meters, a blood-red beam of light suddenly shot into the sky from the well, and shot into the depths of the starry sky. In an instant, the entire starry sky was dyed a strange blood red. It was the entire starry sky. Tianyan's expression turned extremely solemn when she saw this. It seems like the seal is about to be lifted. At this moment, a sword howl resounded from within the well, but it only lasted for a moment. At the same time, Sister Nian's voice suddenly resounded from within the well. "Little fellow, hurry up and find Tian Ming." Yi Xian was speechless. P.S. I beg for votes every day. Don't you guys get annoying? Chapter 2023. Find Tianming. Yi Xian's expression changed when he heard that. Things were getting serious. The mouth of the well suddenly split open, and a woman floated out. It was Mu Niannian. Mu Niannian was holding a sword in her hand, and her expression was grave. Countless blood-red threads were entwined around her, and she seemed to be trapped. Mu Niannian looked at Yi Xian as soon as she came out. "Let's go." Yi Xian opened his palm, and the green profound sword flew to Mu Niannian. "Sister Nian, use my sword." Mu Niannian shook her head. "This sword is only suitable for you." "Suitable?" Yi Xian fell silent. He knew that Sister Nian had her own sword, Daoan sword. Although the green profound sword was powerful, it was not suitable for her. Mu Niannian turned to look at Yi Xian and smiled. "Kid, if you don't run now, it'll be too late." Yi Xian said seriously, "With Sister Nian here, I'm not afraid of anything." Mu Niannian was taken aback, and then she laughed. "Kid, just wait to be beaten." Yi Xian was speechless. At this moment, the ground beneath everyone's feet trembled slightly, and soon, a black-robed man slowly floated out of the well. The man wore a long black robe, and there was a strange swastika between his eyebrows. He emitted an extremely terrifying aura. Tianyan's expression turned serious when he saw the man. The black-robed man closed his eyes slowly, and he took a deep breath greedily. He seemed to be intoxicated. As if remembering something, he suddenly looked at Mu Niannian, and the corners of his mouth curled up. "I didn't expect there to be an expert like you in the future. I'm a little surprised." Mu Niannian smiled. "You're not sealed." The black-robed man's mouth curled up in disdain. Sealed? Who in this world can seal me? Who can? Moon Yin smiled and said nothing. Heaven's Malice suddenly said, "Then why have you been trapped there for so many years?" The black-robed man turned to look at Heaven Loathsome. Trapped? Ridiculous. Heavenly Auntie frowned slightly. Meanwhile, Big Sister Nian spoke abruptly. He isn't trapped. He's staying down there by himself. Heaven's Loathsome was puzzled. Why would he do that? Moon Yin looked at the black-robed man and said with a smile, "If he's not sealed, then there's only one other possibility. He's sleeping down there and waiting for something." What were they waiting for? Heaven's Loathsome frowned again. At this moment, the black-robed man suddenly looked around, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. The vitality of this universe has recovered. Moon Yin looked at the black-robed man. Your goal is the life energy of this universe. Wrong. The black-robed man laughed. My goal is everything in this universe. As soon as he finished speaking, he took a light breath. This breath caused the heavens and the earth to turn illusory, and it didn't take long for all the spirit energy in the surroundings to vanish without a trace. Moreover, countless trees in the surroundings actually started to wither and slowly turn into ash. Heaven's Malice's eyes narrowed slightly when he saw this. You want to absorb this universe? The black-robed man glanced at Heaven's Malice. Can't I? Heaven's Malice clenched his right fist slowly. The black-robed man laughed. You're from the Forsaken race. Do you know how your ancestor died? As he spoke, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. I crushed his head with my own 2 hands. Of course, only you could fight the Forsaken race back then. The Forsaken race might be able to fight, but the other races are no different from ants. Heaven's Malice spoke in a low voice. Why is there no record of you in the Forsaken race? The black-robed man laughed. Because I killed the first batch of experts from the Forsaken race. Heaven's Malice stared at the black-robed man. Why didn't you kill them all? Beside him, Moon Yin said softly. He was raising this universe and the living beings in this universe. If I'm not wrong, all the life energy in this universe should have been devoured by him. That includes the many living beings in this universe. However, he didn't go to the extreme and left a chance for this universe to survive. Then he slept in the well and waited for this universe to recover. Then he would devour it again. He was raising this universe and the countless living beings like pigs. Every once in a while he would come out and devour them. Then, he would sleep to digest them and wait for the next time. The black-robed man looked at Moon Yin. How did you know? Moon Yin laughed. I guessed. The black-robed man laughed. You guessed right. As he spoke, he sized up Moon Yin, his eyes flashing with excitement. Your vitality and spirit will definitely be greatly nourished. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly took a step forward. With this step, all the space-time in the field became illusory. A blur shuttled through the space-time. The blur was clearly very fast, but it also felt very slow. Yi Xian's expression changed when he saw this. Time was different. At this moment, the black-robed man and the space-time where Sister Nian was in were completely different. The black-robed man had used a special technique similar to Xiao Tao's inner space. He wanted to kill Sister Nian with time. Heaven's Malice's expression also turned serious. Bai Xiao and the others who had rushed over also had extremely serious expressions. They had heard the black-robed man's words. The black-robed man's target was the entire universe Yuan realm. He was even more ruthless than the Forsaken race. After all, the Forsaken race had never thought of destroying the universe Yuan realm. In the distance, Moon Yin suddenly tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and floated over like a snowflake. He was very light. The next moment, a sword light suddenly erupted. Bang! The blur was forced to a stop by this sword light. Meanwhile, the blur suddenly vanished. Sister Nian slowly closed her eyes. In an instant, countless sword lights suddenly appeared in the surroundings, and the sound of something tearing resounded incessantly in that area of space-time. Bang! Suddenly, that area of space-time exploded and transformed into a pitch-black vortex. Mu Nian and the black-robed man retreated explosively at the same time. And then both of them stopped at practically the exact same moment. As soon as they stopped, some remnant swords of energy appeared around Mu Nian. The corners of Mu Nian's mouth curled up slightly. Go. As soon as she finished speaking, the swords of energy around her suddenly vanished. In the distance, the black-robed man opened his palm and pressed it forward lightly. In an instant, a black vortex appeared at the center of his palm. When the swords of energy arrived in front of him, they were completely absorbed by the black vortex. Meanwhile, a sword suddenly stabbed towards him. A wisp of viciousness flashed through the black-robed man's eyes. He suddenly slapped his right hand forward, and the black vortex suddenly erupted. Bang! Along with a world-shaking explosion, the expanse of spacetime here was transformed into ash. A moment later, rays of light shot towards the surroundings from within that unknown and mysterious expanse of spacetime. At the same time, Mu Nian was blasted back into a spacetime abyss. She just stopped moving, and then she pointed her fingers up into the sky and swiped them lightly. Hiss! A sword suddenly slashed down from the sky. Bang! The black-robed man was instantly blasted back into a spacetime abyss. Yi Xian frowned when he witnessed this scene. At this moment, he suddenly thought of a problem. Sister Nian and the black-robed man were above spacetime, but they were still fighting within spacetime. What did that mean? Meanwhile, Heavenly Agony spoke abruptly. King Kaoshan, something's off. Yi Xian frowned slightly. What do you mean? Heavenly Agony gazed at the black-robed man. He's very strong, but your older sister isn't inferior to him at all. However, she asked you to go look for that woman in a plain dress. Yi Xian's pupils constricted when he heard this. Damn it! Something's off. Bang! Suddenly, an extremely terrifying and formidable aura erupted from within the pitch-black well. A moment later, a woman floated out slowly from within it. Her long hair hung loosely on her shoulders, and just like the black-robed man, there was a strange swastika character on the center of her forehead. She wasn't alone. The expressions of Heavenly Agony and the others had become unsightly. Meanwhile, a little girl suddenly walked out from within the well. The little girl had a small braid, and she was holding an eyeless doll in her arms. Another one. Heavenly Agony and Bai Zhao's expressions became extremely unsightly when they witnessed this scene. There was a total of 3. The long-haired woman glanced at the black-robed man and Mu Nian, and her expression was icy cold. The little girl glanced at Mu Nian and grinned. That skin isn't bad. It can be used to add clothes to my doll. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly vanished on the spot. Mu Nian's beautiful brows knit together slightly, and then she suddenly turned around and swung her sword down. Bang! As the sword slashed down, the little girl was instantly pushed back. The little girl's face instantly warped when she was blasted back. However, she didn't continue attacking Mu Nian, and she turned around to gaze at Yi Xian instead. Then I'll use your skin to make it. As soon as she finished speaking, she vanished on the spot. Yi Xian's eyelids twitched when he saw this. What's wrong with her? You can't defeat someone formidable, so you come to attack me? Yi Xian wasn't afraid at all. He immediately charged forward and swung his sword. Bang! As an expanse of light was blasted apart, Yi Xian was blasted over 10 kilometers back. On the other hand, the little girl was stunned, because the doll in her hand had been slashed into 2 by Yi Xian. The long-haired woman frowned slightly when she witnessed this scene. The little girl gazed at the doll in her hand while she seemed as if she'd lost her soul. In the next moment, she suddenly raised her head to look at Yi Xian with scarlet-red eyes. As she spoke, she leaped up and pounced towards Yi Xian. Yi Xian frowned slightly. What the hell are you shouting for? As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly vanished on the spot. In the next moment, a ray of light tore through the surroundings. Bang! An expanse of light suddenly exploded, and then Yi Xian was blasted back explosively. After he stopped moving, Yi Xian suddenly frowned, because he still felt that something was off. Even though the 3 of them possessed extremely terrifying strength, they weren't terrifying enough to make Qing, or show herself, right? Could Big Sister Nian be joking with me? When he thought up to here, Yixian couldn't help but look at Mu Niannian. Meanwhile, a strand of uneasiness suddenly arose from the depths of his heart. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.